Welcome to Alpha 102, Advanced Web Development with Alpha Anywhere. In this course, we are going to build on the core skills that were created in Alpha 101, Introduction to Web Development with Alpha Anywhere. We will continue to use the example company Alpha Sports as we expand the capabilities of the Alpha Sports web platform. In this training, we will be focusing on adding features to the Alpha Sports web system to manage customers and invoices. This includes handling customers, invoice headers, and invoice line items. These are multi-level parent-child structures that reflect those found in most real-world customer systems. To implement these features, we will use a powerful methodology of having multiple Alpha Anywhere components working together to produce the end result with little or no coding. To add this functionality, we will be covering the following core topics of the Alpha Anywhere system. Enabling parent-child grids to work with each other using the grid row expander. Demonstrating the same technique but using the linked grid capability. Adding field formatting and field calculations in the grid component. Building grids and UX components that will work together to leverage the power of each component type. Embedding a grid component into a UX component. Building both single record and multiple record reports using the built-in report editor. Adding subreports to your reports to allow you to build powerful parent-child reports. Leveraging the power of multiple panes in the tabbed UI to enable powerful multitasking user experiences. During the training, we will be further exploring more features of the Alpha Anywhere development environment that will help you improve development speed and quality. By the end of this course, you will be able to confidently build complex user interfaces using a combination of Alpha Anywhere grid and UX components. Our first step for our training is to set up our training files. Included in this training is a pre-configured workspace that we'll use as the basis for our training. You'll have received a zip file called Alpha 102 training files. After you've downloaded that to your local system, we now need to unzip that file. To do so, right-click on the file and use the Extract All. In my case, I would like to place it on the desktop, so I'm going to just put in, this is the particular path to my desktop, and click Extract. And this will go through the extraction process. And now we have a new file here on our desktop. So I can go into that and you'll see we have three folders. Our workspace folder, some avatars, graphics we use later on, and other files that are associated with this training. What I'd like you to do is go ahead and right-click on Alpha 102 and copy that file. I copy it because if I ever need to come back and get the originals, it's still available. Now what you need to do is navigate to your Documents folder. And if you don't have an Alpha Anywhere V12 folder, go ahead and create one. Or if you have a preferred location for your files, go ahead and navigate to that location. Open up Alpha Anywhere V12. And at this point, we can paste this folder into this parent folder. And I'm going to do that by right-clicking and saying Paste. Now our files are in our central location for managing our different projects. At this point, we can now enter into Alpha and do one last configuration step to make sure everything works properly. To do so, go ahead and launch Alpha. In my case, I'm doing it from the Start menu. Note that it's very important that you always start Alpha in administrator mode so it has full access to the environment. Now I can select More Workspaces, click OK. I then want to navigate back to my Documents folder where I pasted my Alpha 102. So in my case, it's Alpha Anywhere V12 and then Alpha 102. And I locate my workspace file. This workspace file is sort of the central file that holds all the other information about your project. Go ahead and select Alpha 102 and click Open. This will now open the Alpha 102 file, and you should be at the Web Projects Control panel. Go ahead and expand this window to maximize it. And as you can see, we already have some existing content, and I'll walk you through that in the next lesson. We need to do one last thing though. Built into our workspace is a database we'll be using for our training. And that database currently is set up with a connection string, so we need to modify that. To do so, go to Tools, Alpha102 Connection Strings. And again, make sure you're on the Workspace or Web Projects Control panel and select Alpha102 Connection Strings. You'll notice that we have one connection string called CONN, and it has a default path. This path may not be valid for your particular environment. So what we can do is click Edit. This will open up the editor. Click the Build button next to the connection string. This will open up our Create SQL connection string. And let's change the file location by clicking the folder icon next to file name. And what you need to do is navigate to Documents, Alpha Anywhere v12, and into your web project folder, and then select the Alpha Sports 102 database and click Open. We can test this to make sure Alpha can connect to it by clicking the Test Connection. And when you do, you should see Succeeded. Now you can click OK, click OK, click OK once again, and now you can close. You have now successfully set up all of your training files. This is a quick walkthrough of the content of your training system. This content was created in our Alpha101 course, which was an introduction to web development and focused on the rudimentary elements of building grids, UX components, and reports, and bringing them all together with what's called a tabbed UI. So I'm going to do a quick walkthrough. First, you'll notice we have three components here. We have a customer grid for editing customer information. We also have a customer UX, which is a type of form, and that is for also editing customer information. We also have what's called a tabbed UI component, which actually is a dashboard component that pulls all the elements together. Also built into this is a report we generated that allows us to do some reporting against the database information. So let's go into Web Components. I'm going to double click on Main TUI. This app opens up our tabbed UI. And I'm going to click our Working Preview tab at the top. And this will show us a working preview. So as you can see, you have a dashboard environment. You have a header, you have a footer area. On the left side, you have a set of buttons, and then you have a content area to the right. It's a very powerful component, makes it easy to pull together all of your different components into a single solution. And our goal will be to add a lot more functionality to this basic project structure. So we first have a customer grid. This will open up a customer grid in a tabbed UI. In here we have a searching functionality. We have different types of searching and sorting. We also have what's called a detail view. So when I select a customer, you'll see over here it shows the detail of that customer. I'm actually able to edit this and save the edits directly into a customer grid. Very powerful component, very easy to use. We also created and have included a customer UX. This is a single page form, and you'll notice that when I open it up, it loaded the first customer. And as you can see, I have navigation buttons down here, so I can navigate through each one of these customers and see their details that are associated with them. Last but not least, we have a customer directory, and when I click on that, it actually runs an Alpha report and opens it in a new tab. As you can see, it's a nicely formatted report, in this case a customer directory, and it's structured by customer. So you can see that there's some essentially grouping built into the report. And we also have the ability to export this as a PDF or print it as HTML. So our next steps are going to be to dramatically enhance the functionality of this system by adding new components, and during that process learning all the wonderful techniques that are available to create powerful web-based solutions with Alpha Anywhere. A critical step we want to take before we start our training is to confirm what version of Alpha Anywhere you're running on your development machine. To do so, go up to Help, About Alpha Anywhere, and select that menu item. This will open up the Alpha Anywhere About box. Confirm that you are in version 4.5.4.6, and also double check to make sure you're on build 5445-5205. Now, if you have an earlier version, I highly recommend you upgrade to this current version and or a newer version. If you have a newer version of this, that's fine. We just want to make sure that you don't have a version that may not have all the features that will be used during the training. If indeed you do not have the most current version, you can click OK, go to Help, check for new version, and this will allow you to see what is the most current version and what build do you have. And you can also download those patches here to make sure that you have the most recent version and or it's at least a version that's greater than the 5445_5205 that I'm using for this training. At that point, you can click Close. So our first step for adding the invoice capability to our system is to create a new customer grid, because we're going to use this special grid to link to the invoice information. So to do so, make sure you're at the Web Projects control panel. Up in the left-hand corner, click New. This will open up the New File dialog box. Click Web Component, click Next. This will then open up the types of web components that are available. And what we're going to use for this is the grid component. So click on Grid and click Next. Now you have an option of selecting a template, and in fact you can create your own grid templates, but for our purposes we're going to start with a blank grid and start from scratch. So you can click OK. This will then open up our grid and we're ready to start work. So the first thing we want to do is go to the Query section. This is where we're going to define where the data is that this grid uses. Click Select, open up CONN, that is our connection string, so that's basically a pointer to our database. So click on CONN and click OK. Now that you've pointed to the connection string, you can click Connect, and that will actually connect to the database and prepare the information for you to do the next step. So you have an option of selecting a table or view. You can also define your own SQL select statements, and you can also use stored procedures. For our purposes, we're just going to select the customer table, so we'll leave this highlighted. Click Select. This will open up our browser for the table, and it allows us to see what's inside of our database and the different tables, and you'll see views. Up here, you'll notice that you can check and uncheck different pieces to basically filter what is shown. So make sure you select Customer and click OK. So this will now link this grid to the customer table, and you'll see there's a table alias created customer. Next step is to go to Fields. This will then show us all the fields that are available. Now for our purposes, we only need a subset of these. So the first thing I'd like you to do is select Customer ID through fax. And you can either select them one at a time, or you can shift click or click drag, and then use the little right chevron here to move it over into the middle. Basically, these are all the fields that are available in the database. This is actually what's going to be shown in the grid. Now, I'd also like to include the email. Always good to have that. So go ahead and click Email and click the right chevron. Now, if you've made a mistake, you can always move it back by clicking these buttons right here and back and forth as you see fit. So in this case, I want email, and I'll select that. So now we've selected all of our fields for this particular table. Let's click Save, and let's call this Customer Invoice _grid. This is the particular naming convention I use. I tend to try and identify the grid as to what kind of data it's going to be used with, and also maybe the function that it's supposed to perform. In this case, show invoice information for customers. I also append a underscore and a grid because when you're in the file system, the UX component and the grid component have the same file extension. So this allows you to quickly determine what is what on the file system when you're in the file browser. So go ahead and click Save. Now that you've saved this, let's do a quick working preview to verify that it looks okay. And you'll see you have customer ID, first name, last name, company, etc. Before we start linking to the invoice data, let's go ahead and do a few cleanup items. First, let's change this from records to customers, and also down here, customers per page. The other aspect I'd like to do is you'll notice I'm showing the customer ID here. Now it's important that we keep that field in the grid, but in our case it doesn't have to be shown to the user. So let's go ahead and hide that. Let's go back into design. First thing I want to do is go to customer ID. And I'm going to go ahead and move that down to the bottom of our displayed grids. Just always like to put those kind of background ones in that location. Then on the right-hand side, I'm going to scroll down on the properties till I find the hide column. And in fact, a shortcut is you can click search properties, type the word hide, and this will show you that hide column and take you right there. So I'm going to go ahead and click that to enable the hide on this column. Now this column won't be displayed to the user. Now let's go into properties. And what I'd like to do is first change the records per page, and it uses the default word records. So if you'll notice about 10 items down, there's a records per page template. And so you'll see this is basically what is displayed in the user interface. So I'm just going to take this records right here and change that to customers. So that way we have a much more logical orientation of the text that is on the field. Now, I want to also go down here to the total records message text. And you notice it's not showing here, but I can go ahead and double click on this or click the ellipsis button to open that up. When I open that up, I'm in the HTML editor, and you'll see that we have the word records followed by a space, and then in curly brackets, the actual value of the records that will be there. We don't want to change that. That's a built-in sort of variable for the system. But I do want to change records here to be customers. And note that this is HTML, so you can apply any kind of styling you would like in the future. Let's click Save. Let's go ahead and save our customer invoice grid. And let's do a quick working preview to make sure it looks correct. So now you should see that your customer ID field is hidden. It actually is here and will be used in the background, but the user doesn't see that. You'll notice also that customers is showing up here and customers per page is showing up here. I want to do one little last thing. I'd like to actually have last name be, or actually, I'm sorry, company be the first item here instead of first name and last name. So to do that, I'm going to go to Design. I'm going to go to Fields, and then in the middle section, I'm going to select Company. To put that as the first field, I can either double click this once, twice, or if I'm in that location, I can use this double chevron up to move it to the top. Either one is satisfactory. Let's click Save. Let's do a working preview just to make sure everything looks good. And we are now ready to move on to our next step. Now, for us to show the associated invoice data to a customer, we're going to use a technique called a row expander, where each of these rows can be expanded to show the invoice header activity. And in order to do that, we first need to go and build another grid that contains that invoice header data. And then we'll come back in here and link that grid to this grid so they work together. So to do so, go ahead and click on the Web Projects Control Panel tab here, or click on the Web Projects button up here. They basically do the same thing. To start building our grid, we can click the New button here, and that will open up our new file so we can walk through that process. But there's a nice little shortcut built into the development environment. So click Cancel to go ahead and cancel this page. And what I'd like you to do is look next to this. You'll see there's an icon right here. And in fact, it has new grid components. So it remembered what was the last kind of component we built. But I can click this down arrow and you can see I can access any of the components that are available. So instead of having to go through a series of steps, I can just say, you know what, I want a grid component. Either click right there or click here. And you'll see it takes me right into the grid builder. So it saves a few steps, and over time that's very valuable. Again, we could use a template, but in our case we don't need one. So let's go ahead and just click OK to start with a blank grid component. This will now open up our grid builder. So as we did before, our first step is to go to Query Alpha102, and we need to tell the grid where is the source of information for it. So click Select. This will open up our Alpha DAO connection strings. Select CONN, click OK. Now that we've pointed it to that connection string, we can click Connect. And behind the scenes, it's actually called that database, made sure it can connect, and loaded up some information. As we did before, we're going to use Table or View and click Select. Now, what I'd like you to use is something that I've created called Invoice Header Salesperson, and I'll show you that in a few moments. So let's go ahead and click OK, and make sure that you've selected Invoice _ Header _ Salesperson, which is of type View. And you'll notice it gives it a table view alias of Invoice _ Header _ Salesperson. If you made a mistake, you can just click Select to reopen this and locate what you're looking for. I'm going to click Cancel here. So now I'm going to go to my fields. And for now, I'm just going to go ahead and select all of the fields. So I'm going to click drag from invoice number all the way down to salesperson first name and click here. Now you have a grid with all these elements in it. We can go ahead and save this. And I'm going to call this customer invoice header _ grid, because this is going to show the invoice header data for the customers. And click Save. And to verify everything looks right, let's go ahead and click Working Preview. And you'll notice we have our ready to go invoice header view. Now I mentioned earlier we're using a view because the underlying table structure uses sales rep, which is a numeric value. And I decided I wanted to show the actual salesperson's last name and first name, so in the database I created a view. That is one option. The other option you could have picked, and I'm just going to go back here to show it to you, is you could have done a SQL select statement and built that SQL select statement right here inside of Alpha. And that's perfectly viable, perfectly okay, and works fine. I tend to like to put all of these kind of views, these joins, etc. in the database, so therefore I have one central place to manage all of that information versus having it distributed through different queries built into my different grids and pages and things like that. Again, personal preference, you can do either or. Click Save to make sure we've saved that, and we're ready to now take the next step of cleaning this up and getting it ready for a presentation. Before we integrate this with our customer information, let's do a little cleanup here. There's a few fields that we really probably don't want to be displaying. You'll notice that we have customer ID. It's important for it to be in this grid, but we don't have to actually display it to the user. We're also showing the credit card number and expiration, probably not a good place to be showing that. And last but not least, we have our salesperson information, but it's a little bit noisy right here, so we'll want to clean that up. Last but not least is we want to make sure that things like, for instance, sales tax and discounts, we also want to make sure things like sales tax, discount, etc. are shown in the proper format. So let's return to design, and let's take care of those fields first. Let's go to fields. This is the third item here. You'll notice here are my available fields. Here are my selected fields. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take customer ID here. I'm going to keep it in here, but I'm going to move it down to the bottom. So I'm going to click the double chevrons. And I want to go ahead and take also credit card number to the bottom and also expiration. Now, what we want to do is we actually want to hide these fields. So you select customer ID. On the properties section, you go down to the column properties, which is about halfway down, and select that. Do the same thing for credit card number and credit card expiration. So again, these fields are here, but they're not being shown. You need to keep customer ID in here, but you can take these other two, and if you want, move back there. So let's take a look real quick. And you'll notice we're getting a much more refined looking situation. So the next thing we want to look at is our salesperson last name and first name. And you'll see we kind of have two columns here, and it's taking up a lot of space, and we'd rather shorten that up. So we can use a nice technique in the grid to be able to display both of these into a single column. So click on Design to return to the design. Locate salesperson last name. And down here in the left-hand corner, you'll see an insert little link. Click Insert. And there are a number of different nice features here. One we're looking for is called Merge Cells Begin. And click OK. You'll notice it added a new control called Merge Cells Begin. Now, this control is actually after salesperson last name, so let's go ahead and move that up in front of it because we want to enclose our two salespeople information. So I'm going to click there. So now you'll have Merge Cells Begin, salesperson last name, first name, select salesperson first name, and let's go ahead and click Insert and look for Merge Cells End. Think it is a container and we want to have both a beginning and ending tag for that container. So click OK, and now you'll notice that both of these are enclosed with there. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what this looks like by clicking on Working Preview. So as you can see now, it's kind of merged the data together, and so now we have a much tighter and cleaner representation. But you'll notice a couple things. One is that the header here does not have any name that's associated with it. So let's go ahead and go back into design and fix that problem. So click on Merge Cells Begin. You'll notice there is a column heading setting, which is currently blank, and you can type in there salesperson. So now that is the heading that's going to be shown at the top. Now what's interesting is that we have said that this column is sortable. But when you sort on it, we actually need to tell it which field to use. So I'm going to say, hey, you know what? We kind of want to sort on the last name. So I'm going to click here and just type the name of the field we would like to sort on, which is salesperson last name. So we've done our column heading and we've told it how we want it to sort. Let's go ahead and click Save since we've started to adjust this. Go to Working Preview. And now you'll notice that we now have a salesperson here. And if you click on there, you'll see that it sorts properly using the last name field. Next, let's go ahead and clean up our columns here for numbers. We'll have a sales tax and discount here that we want to change. So let's go back into design. First, let's click on sales tax. And on the right-hand side, you want to go to the third control down, which is called Display Format. And this is what dictates how it's actually displayed on the grid when presented to the user. So go ahead and select the ellipsis button on there. And this opens up our display format. And what's nice is that we can use a predefined format here. You'll notice that we have some test data down here. So let's select one of these predefined formats. Click on Select Predefined Format, and you'll notice that all of the commonly used numeric style formats are available, including check styles, etc. So in our case, this is a percentage, so I'd like you to select the item 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth item down, which has a percentage. And we'll go ahead and keep it to 2 decimal places, and click OK. Now you'll notice we immediately get to see what the effects of that formatting will be. So we can put any number into this test box here, and you'll see the result here, which is really, really handy. Go ahead and click OK, and now we have our display format for sales tax. Now we want to have an identical format for discount. We could go to discount, select display format, go through that whole process, or we can use a shortcut. Click on sales tax, select display format. Very important is make sure your display format is selected. Then you'll notice there's a little eyedropper. Go ahead and click that. This opens up a list of all the fields that are currently in my grid. Locate discount here and click Set Properties. What that does is it copies this property
from the current control to our destination control. So let's go ahead and click Save. And let's go Working Preview. And you'll notice now sales tax and discount are formatted correctly. A couple other little adjustments. We currently still have the sales rep's unique ID. Since we're showing the salesperson here, there's no reason to show that. So let's go back into Design. I'm going to click on Sales Rep, which is this field right here. I'm going to use the same technique where I'm going to go ahead and move that to the bottom, and I'm going to scroll down in my properties and click Hide Column. Click Save, and now we have a much cleaner representation. There's a few last little things I want to do. You'll notice right here that discount and salesperson, there's not a lot of space between those, so it's hard to read, and we want to make this a little more readable. Plus, we want to also adjust records and records per page so it talks about invoices instead of records. So let's adjust that first, and then we'll adjust this spacing issue right here. So let's return back into Design. In order to adjust those records per page, go to Properties, and on your properties, locate the records per page template, which is located about 10 items down. And you'll notice it's currently records per page. I'm going to go ahead and highlight that. And I'm going to go Invoices. So now that will show invoices per page versus records per page. The other area we'd like to change is the total records message text. It's down here under the customization. Go ahead and select that. And this opens up our template for displaying records. And in our case, we want to change that from record to invoices. And again, this is HTML, so you can modify it to your heart's desire. Go ahead and click Save. So now we have our records per page looking properly, and our total records also. Now there's another one which we haven't seen because we already have test data in there, but we have a no records found. So let's say you have a situation where you have a client who does not have any invoices yet. Let's go ahead and edit that. You'll notice that it has its own template. So again, we can change that from records to invoices. That way, if you show a customer and they don't have any invoices, instead of saying records, it says invoices. Nice and tight. And then click Save. Now we want to do one last thing. Again, as I mentioned, we have our merged cells of the salesperson, then we have discount, and they're kind of mushed together. So do me a favor, click Discount. Make sure that one is highlighted there. Then here, click Insert and locate Column Spacer. And this will allow us to put a little space between our columns. And click OK. Now you'll notice you have discount, now a column spacer, and our merged cells here. And as you can see, column span is 1, but you can adjust the width of that appropriately. So let's take a look at, let's save, and take a look at our working preview. And you'll notice it added a nice little space there. Just makes it easier to read so these two items aren't mushed together. I've noticed also our invoice number is kind of on the right-hand side, and it's kind of too close to this invoice date. Now we could use the technique here to change that, or why don't we just have the invoice number be center aligned? So let's go back to Design, click on Invoice Number, and then you'll see here you have the ability to modify the properties. And one of those key properties is called the inline style. And so what we want to do is, you'll notice that currently it is text-align right, and we want to have that center aligned. So go ahead and click there to open that up. This opens up our style editor. So in here we can change family, style, colors, etc. You have infinite changeability in terms of what you would like. But I'm going to go ahead and scroll down till we get to the text alignment, which is currently right. And I'm going to click the drop down and say I'd like to center that. And you'll notice you see a preview right here in the style editor. Style editor is very powerful, very easy to use. And click OK. Let's go ahead and save this. And now we have our working preview. So you'll notice now we have a nice tight display that's showing the different invoices and their values in an easy to read format. Now we can work on integrating this into our customer grid. We now have both of our customer grid and our invoice grid. So now we can combine them together. So let's return to the customer invoice grid. You can do that if it's open here on your tab, you can just click on it. Or if you want, you can go to the Web Projects Control Panel, locate your customer invoice grid, and open it up by double-clicking on it. Let's go back into Design. Let's go to the properties of the customer grid. In order to do that, we have a property called Row Expander. So click Search Properties and type the word Row Expander. So ROWEXP. And you'll notice that it shows us our property has Row Expander. When you double click on that, it will take you down to the Has Row Expander property and click that to enable it. When you enable it, you'll notice it shows a lot of extra items here. And these are secondary properties that we need to set. Some of them are already defaulted to have this to work. You'll notice that we have a row expander type of link content. That's the type we would like. We're going to basically link some content from one grid to another. Select Row Expander Linked Content and click the ellipsis button here. And this will open up our Define Linked Content. As you can see, we can have multiple linked content, which is pretty interesting. So you could actually have multiple items connected to a row expander. And this will become a little important when we talk later on about linked grids. Step 1 is click Add Object. And you have three choices: linked component, A5W page, or XBasic. The one we would like is Add Linked Component, since our other grid is a component. So select that. This will open up a component selector showing us all of our components. And the one we would like is customer invoice header underscore grid. That's the one we just built. And click OK. Now it's important at this point to tell the parent grid, in this term customer, how it's related to this other grid. So you'll notice we have grid properties here. We have parent field and child field. So let's go ahead and select our parent field from the current grid. And we want to find customer underscore ID. That's the unique identifier for a customer. Now you'll notice something. Once I select that, it immediately selected a child field. And this is the field in our child grid, in our case, our invoice headers. Now it's smart enough to say, hey, I found a match in terms of a text, so it matches there. But you may need to override that. It really depends on your design of yours. So if you have a different field name in your child table that's linked to that parent. Now you'll notice I had mentioned earlier, it's very important that we keep these unique ID fields in the grids, but they can be hidden because they need to be accessed here at the linking stage. So we have our child grid, which is customer invoice header underscore grid, and it's related to the parent grid through this customer ID. And click OK. Now we've gone that, we go ahead and click Save. And we can go ahead and do a quick working preview to see what it looks like. So you'll notice now when it displays the parent grid, which is the customer grid, beside each customer now is a little expander icon. And if I click on that expander icon, you'll notice that it loads in the child grid right there, including all the elements of it. You'll notice our invoice count, invoices per page, etc. As you can see, the purpose of cleaning this up is we kind of needed to have a nice tight representation in this system. What's kind of nice about the row expander is I can go down here and click another one, and you'll see that I can see this invoices along with these invoices at the same time within the system. So you can set a couple options I'll show you in a moment to say whether you can open multiple ones or only have one open at any one period of time. Let's go ahead and go back into design and make a few adjustments to this. So first, we can scroll down here. And you'll notice when I hit the row expander, there's a few moments where it's going and querying the database, getting the latest information and bringing it up. And it shows a default working message. We can modify that by clicking the working message here, click this button right here, and you'll notice that it has a little piece of HTML, so I can change working to loading invoices. Again, tying all the user elements together. So go ahead and change on line 2, header to invoices, and click Save. A couple other things I'd like to show you while I'm here. Auto refresh on expand. Currently, if you expand a row, then it does a one-time call back to the backend server and gets that child grid. But you can have it auto refresh, so therefore every time someone clicks on a row, it automatically refreshes that child grid. Thus, if you have a very dynamic situation where you have invoices coming in by the second, every time you expand it, you would see the latest information. It's a matter of speed in terms of whether you want to take the time every time or if it's that static. The other you see is row expand method. Currently it's click icon, but you could also have click row or double click row. So how the user interacts with it can change depending on what you feel is the most appropriate for you there. The other is you can enable animate, and this adds a little nice animation effect so that instead of just popping up, kind of makes it look a little more subtle and looks pretty sharp. Let's go ahead and enable that. And you can set different options in here in terms of the kind of animation you'd like to do. And I'll accept the defaults. So the last item I'd like to talk about is auto expand first row. If you enable this, then when the parent grid launches, it will take the first item and expand that for the user. I'm going to go ahead and leave that unchecked. So let's check our change, click Save, go into Working Preview, and first watch when I expand this. You'll see that it's kind of got a slide effect here. Notice it's kind of a nice slide effect in terms of that. And you'll notice that this takes a very short period of time, but it is actually showing, if you show it real close, you'll see, it doesn't even show up, it's a little too quick, but you would see that it loading invoices message so the user knows what's going on from that standpoint there. Now that we've linked our customer to our invoices, we can actually take it a next step and now link our invoices to our invoice line items. And we're going to basically use the same techniques that we used here in that process. And therefore we'll reinforce the knowledge and capability and also expand the ability for the person using it to drill down into the detail for a particular invoice. So let's get started. Go ahead and click Web Projects Control Panel. In this case, we need to create a new grid. This grid will be focused on the invoice line items. So as we did before, let's click the down arrow here and select Grid Component from this icon here. And that takes us right into a Select Grid dialog page. We're not going to use any of our templates, so go ahead and click OK. This will now open up our new untitled grid. First step is to click on Query here. And when we're at Query, let's go ahead and click Select to select the connection we're going to use for this grid. In our case, we only have one connection, which is CONN. So let's go ahead and highlight and select that and click OK. We have now connected our grid to our data source, our database. Click the Connect button to actually talk to that database and take the next step. We are going to use a table or view for this grid like we've done before. So let's click Select. And this opens up our Select Table dialog box with all the different ones. And what we're looking for here is Invoice Items Products. This is another view that I created in the database that allows us to see our invoices, items, and products all in one nice looking set of columns. So click OK. Now that we've connected that to our view, we can go into the Fields area on the left-hand side. So click Fields. This will show us all the available fields in that view, and we want to actually show all those in our grid. So let's go ahead and highlight all of those and move them over into the center point here. Now that we've done that, we can save this and we can go Customer Invoice Items. This way we make it clear. And again, I put _grid so that we know this is a grid component. So Customer Invoice Items _grid and click Save. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at that. And you'll see we have our new grid. So we just need to do a little cleanup work before we're ready to integrate that into our customer header grid. Let's tighten up our look for our grid. As you can see, in the first two columns, we have ID and invoice number. Both of those are important and should be in the grid, but don't need to be visible. So let's go ahead and hide those. Click Design. In our grid here, we locate ID and invoice number. I'd actually like to put those at the bottom, kind of our standard practice. So I'm going to highlight those two together by either shift clicking or click and drag, and use this down chevrons to move it to the bottom. Now select ID. Again, we don't want to remove it, so we'll go to over here and we'll click Hide Column. That will now hide our ID. And in fact, when we click to invoice number, you'll see that it's put it into a kind of a gray state to let you know it's hidden. And let's do the same thing. Select invoice number and click here. So now we have both of those on our grid and available, which will be important later, along with those. So let's click Save to save our grid. Go to Working Preview, and you'll notice now we have a little nicer. So let's modify our formatting of our fields. So you'll notice price is the price, unit price for the element. Extension is the amount of price times quantity, so that's a dollar amount also. And then cost and retail here are also numerics that are currency and style. So let's change those. Price, extension, cost, and retail. So let's go to Design. Let's look at price first. So we click on price. And what we'd like to do is go ahead and scroll this up to the top and locate our property display format. Once you've selected that, go ahead and hit the ellipsis button, and this opens up our display format dialog box. We can use a predefined format, in our case, the third one from the top, and click OK. This will insert our definition for our display format, and we can click OK. So if we do a quick preview, you'll see now our price has a nice dollar, easier to read. Now what we'd like to do is have extension, cost, and retail all share that same formatting. So let's go back into Design. Let's select Display Format here. We could go into each individual item and change them manually, but we can use a shortcut. Go ahead and click the eyedropper icon. Again, make sure you've selected Display Format. Let's go here, and let's select Cost, Retail by control-clicking them, and Extension. So if I select them by just clicking, it's a single, but if I hold down the Control key, I can select multiple of them at the same time. And then click Set Properties. And if you go down to Extension, you'll see it's copied the display format. Click Save. Let's do a working preview. And you'll notice now we have price, quantity, extension, and our cost and retail are all looking pretty sharp. Now, as you can see, pieces are kind of mushed together. So a few things I'd like to do to make it a little more readable is first, I want quantity to be center aligned and quantity in stock to be center aligned, along with reorder quantities. So all of our quantities, I kind of like to make them center aligned. So let's go back into design. Let's select our first quantity, and then on the right hand side in the properties, locate the label properties inline style. As you can see, it's currently text align right, and we want to modify that. You could, by the way, just type in, if you are familiar with the formatting, you can just type it in, but I like to click the ellipsis button here and open up our style editor. And let me scroll down here to the alignment for the text. So we're modifying the text. As you can see, you can change the formatting of the color, borders, spacing, you name it, you can do it. Let's go ahead and select from there, center. Now, one thing while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and save this and extend it to the other ones, but you'll notice there's a nice little feature down here. Save style in library, load style from library. So if you want to reuse this style, let's say you've set up a certain color, structure, styling, etc., you can actually click this save style, give it a name, and this will save this as a set of styles, and then it'll be easy to reapply them to your different fields later on. Go ahead and click close here. By the way, you can also define CSS classes to assign to your fields too. There's sort of two methods to do that. So let's keep that center, click OK, and let's use our same technique we did before to take our inline style and apply it to our reorder quantity and quantity in stock. First, make sure that you've selected inline style. Click the eyedropper. Notice it remembered what we set before. Not appropriate in our situation, but it's handy. Let's first click reorder quantity, and then holding down the control key, click quantity in stock. And notice it's showing our current styling, and this will be changed. Click set property. Let's go ahead and save that after we've set those and confirm that our styling is looking correct. So as you can see now, quantity is center line, reorder, starting to look a lot more readable. I'd like to actually add a little bit more formatting. First, you'll notice that the extension and the description are kind of tied together. And it really doesn't make sense to have the description after this. In fact, I'd really like to have it up front. So I'm going to move description over so it's in front of price. Then the other thing I'd like to do is you'll notice our cost and retail. They're kind of mushing together here. So we want to add a little space there. So let's change our location for our description and modify our cost and retail to have a little space between them. Click design, locate description. Now to move the order of the fields in the grid, you just use these arrows right here. So I'm going to move that up so it's right after product ID. Makes it a little more readable. Next, what I'd like you to do is go down to cost and retail. These are kind of mushed together. And what we want to do is put a little space between them. So we can use the same technique we did before by adding a spacer. So with cost selected, click insert, and then insert column spacer, and click OK. And you'll notice that it inserts a little component right here that says there's going to be a little space between these two items here. As you can see, column space, or excuse me, column span is 1. If you actually need it to be larger, you can actually put in a 2 there. So let's click save. Let's do our working preview. And you'll notice now much more readable. See the product ID, the description, all the fields are formatted, and there's a little space between our cost and retail. In fact, let's go ahead and add one other little space between extension and cost. Still a little too hard to read when it's all together. So to do so, go to Design, click Extension. This is where we want to insert our new item. Click Insert, select Column Spacer, and click OK. Let's confirm our change by clicking on Working Preview. And things are looking sharp. Much easier to read. Let's go ahead and click Save to make sure this has been saved, and we'll move on to the next step. Now that we have our invoice items ready to go, we're now ready to integrate them into our overall display. Now, if you remember, we had our top level was customer invoice. In fact, I've navigated back to the customer invoice grid. In that case, we're showing a customer name, and then we've linked through the row expander our header grid. Now we want to achieve the same thing where we have a specific invoice header and then show the items associated with it. So to do that, we essentially use a nested concept, meaning that we now can go into the invoice grid and then use a row expander in there to show our new grid that we just built. So let's go ahead and go to our customer invoice header grid. This is where we're showing the header for the invoices. Let's go ahead and click Design. Once we're in the design for the invoice headers, let's go to Properties. And we can search for the property Row Expander by clicking on Search Properties. And you'll see we have Has Row Expander. Click Find Property, and this will take us right down to that particular property. Let's go ahead and click on that to enable it. And let's go ahead and go to our row expander linked content. So we've added our row expander to it, but we have to actually tell when it expands what content do we want to show. So let's go to row expander linked content. Let's open that up. And this opens up our define link content area. Click Add Object here in the lower left corner and select Add Linked Component. This will open up our component selector, and what we're looking for is our new grid, which is customer invoice items _ grid. And click OK. Now that we've told what we want to show in the row expander, we actually have to tell it the relationship between the parent and the child. So in this case, the invoice header and the invoice line items. So if we click from the parent field, we go to invoice number, you'll see that there is a corresponding field in the child records called invoice number. And Alpha has automatically selected that for us. Again, if your naming convention is different, some people use like FK in a field name, they use other methods, then you'll have to do this manually. And let's go ahead and click OK. Now that we've done that, we've defined our relationship between our header and our items. Let's go ahead and save this grid. Now notice it gives us an error. So it's asking us what is the primary key on this grid. And that's just a fact that we didn't have a primary key selected on the view itself. So let's go ahead and click OK. To fix that, we go to Query. In our case, we need to connect. And you'll notice down below we have a select primary key. And this is often, when you have a view, you may not have a primary key. So let's go ahead and select primary key. And this is for our view. And locate invoice number. That's our primary key for our top level table, i.e. our invoice headers. And click OK. And let's go ahead and save this now. And it saves properly. Now to test this, let's go back into our customer invoice grid. And in order for this to work, we need to kind of go back into design and back into working preview so it refreshes all of our content. Click design, click working preview. This will refresh our parent grid, which subsequently refreshes everything else. So let's select our first expander. You'll notice now that it is expanded and showing us our invoice header grid. And you'll notice now we have a new row expander built into that. So let's go ahead and select that. And now you'll see that we have our actual line items that are associated with that invoice header. We're not showing that information here, but behind the scenes we have linked this invoice number to all of the items that have an invoice number. And you'll see our formatting looks really sharp. The next step, I'm going to go ahead and expand another one here. And you'll see for invoice number 31, we also see a associated item. There are a couple other little adjustments just to make this easier for the individuals using it. In our case, probably not really important that we have records here or records per page in terms of the line items that are on a particular invoice. So let's go ahead and suppress those. The other question I have is how much is the total amount for this invoice? As you can see, it's nowhere to be shown. And we can use a built-in grid functionality capability to handle that for us. So step one is we want to adjust our item grid to suppress the records and records per page. So to do so, let's go back into our customer items grid, which is customer invoice items _ grid. You can either select that here if it's still open, or go to the Web Projects Control Panel and open the customer invoices grid. So you'll see we have records up top and we have records per page. Let's go back into design. Let's go to properties. And on properties, you'll see we have rows of data. And this specifies the number of rows of data to show on each page. To display all records, you just put in a 0 here. So let's modify that to 0. And that will now show all records instead of paginating them in there. Now the next step we want to change is the records per page selector. In our case, we want to suppress that. We don't really need that. So let's go ahead and go down a few rows till you get to the Has Records Per Page selector and uncheck that there. And that will remove that. Also, let's look at our total records down below. As you can see, our total records message position is currently above the grid. So we can click the drop down here and say no message. Note you could also put that below the grid in case you have really large quantities of data, you need that information. But in our case, we want no message. So we've set our rows of data, show all of it. We're suppressing our records per page, and we're also not showing a message in terms of the number of records. Click Save. Now to test this, let's return back to our customer invoice grid. Remember, since we've modified this, we have to reload this to see the impact of our changes. So click Design and click Working Preview to reload it. Now that we've reloaded that, we can expand first our header level. Now we can look at our detail view. As you can see, things are a little tighter. We got rid of some of that, just a little easier to read. And in fact, when you have multiple items open, it looks a lot nicer and much tighter. Now there's one other thing I'd like to do. If you'll notice that currently there's nowhere that we're showing our total for this. So what we can do is we'd like to add a total to this so we can see for this invoice number 19, what is the total of all of our line items? And we can do that again by adjusting our customer item grid. So to do so, go to the customer invoice items grid. Once you're at the customer invoice items grid, click on fields. Now in our case, what we would like to do is to show extension. That's the total amount for each line item that's been calculated. And what we'd like to do is show a total for all of that. So to do so, click extension, scroll down until you get to the summary values area in the properties. And as you can see, we have a large number of different summary values that could be calculated for us automatically. In our case, total. So in this case, it's going to take the total for our extension and show that summary value. Now we can go here for the total display format and tell it what format we would like to display that number as. So much like we did for price and extension, etc., go ahead and click the ellipsis button next to total display format. Once this opens up our display format dialog box, click select predefined format and select the third item down. This is a numeric $sign. And you'll see we see the format, the actual number here, and what it's going to look like on the screen. And click OK. So let's go ahead and click Save. We can go back to our customer invoice grid. Let's exit out of the design and re-enter the working preview. This will refresh all of our grids. And I'll go ahead and expand. And now watch when I expand here, you'll notice we have a nice new total figure. And this is the total for the extension items above. And if I open this, you'll see in this case it's the total of a single line item. And it's nicely formatted. You can actually go in here and modify this format as you see fit. So let's say, for instance, in terms of quantity, we wanted to know the average number of quantity of items for an order. Just kind of a rule of thumb to see some information, just to show you this capability. So let's go ahead and, oh, by the way, we also have cost here. So we can also get the total cost. So let's go ahead and add a total for the cost and the total or average for the quantity. To do so, we need to edit this grid. So let's go back into our invoice items grid. First, let's select quantity. And then in this case, what we'd like to do is see the average of this. Now we have the average. And if this average was like a percentage or a dollar sign, etc., you could set the display format. In our case, it's just an integer, so we'll leave it as is. Now for cost, let's go into the cost section and add a total for that. So click cost, scroll down to the summary values, and click total. And in our case, for this particular one, we do want to select a display format. And that display format is similar to what we had, which was the dollar sign format. And click OK. And click OK. So now we've added a total for the cost and an average for quantity. Click Save to save our changes to this grid. Let's return back to the customer invoice grid. And let's do a design and a working preview. We'll expand the first one, expand the second one, and notice now you have a total amount on this row and an average amount here. A couple things to note. One is that it doesn't put everything on the same line, meaning that the average for this, it's saying for these three items, here's the total and the average. The other is you'll notice our average is kind of like numerically correct, but really isn't formatted correctly. So you can go in and change that average to it. So I'm going to actually, in our case now, average was just kind of made up. So let's go in and disable this average for right now. To do so, go back to your customer invoice items grid, go to your quantity, and all you have to do is unchecked average, and that will adjust your invoice grid so that it doesn't show up. Click Save. Let's go into our invoice grid. Again, I'm going to click Design and Working Preview to refresh it. I'm opening the first item and the second item. And now you'll notice our average is gone and we have a nice total figure below here in terms of what it is. As you can see, the row expander is very easy to implement and is very modular in terms of each of the grids in and of themselves can be formatted independently, and then the system will bring them together into this representation. But as you can see, this may get a little noisy, and depending on your application, this may not be as beneficial for your end users as another method. So I'm going to go into a second method for linking grids called linked components. And it's going to allow us to link these grids together, but format them on the screen differently. And what's nice is we're going to be able to reuse all the content we've done so far, just merely relay them out in a different manner. We'll come back and explore the row expander a little bit more with another section later in this training. So what we're going to do is take our existing content and relay it out using the linked content concept. So to do so, follow along with me. Go ahead and click design to return to the design environment. Then what I'd like you to do is where it says has row expander, go ahead and disable that. Now the nice thing is that if I re-enable it, you'll see that it re-enables the features that I've set up before, so you can always come back to it later. Let's go ahead and uncheck that. And we want to enable another similar feature. And the way to do that is click Search Properties, type the word linked, and you'll notice there's one called Has Linked Grids or Other Content. And click Find Property once you've selected that. And this also is similar to the row expander, meaning it has a checkbox. Let's go ahead and click the checkbox. And now we have our link content definition capability opened up. So let's go ahead and take the steps. Now again, just to let you know, we're at the top level customer invoice grid. So we're going to link our first level of information, which is the invoice headers, to this grid. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and double click or click the ellipsis button to open the link content definition. This will open up our linked grid or other content builder. So there's a couple more steps that go through here versus a row expander, but those steps actually provide you a lot of flexibility. So let's go ahead and click Add Linked Content Section, and let's call this Invoice Headers. So we want to give it a name. And you'll notice that in our case, it's limited to 10 characters. So let's just go Invoice Header. We'll make a nice short one, INVHEADER, and click OK. So we've defined a content section, but haven't defined actually what's inside that content section. So to do so, we click the Define Linked Content. Now notice that there is some really nice help information here just to give you a heads up on what it does and how to use this section here. So click Define Linked Content. This will open up something that looks very familiar, which is our Linked Content Builder. This is similar to what you saw in the row expander. So our first step is to add the object. And in this case, we want to add a linked component since we're going to link a grid to this. And this opens up our list. So the one we want is our customer invoice header underscore grid. And once you've selected that, click OK. Now, as we did before with the row expander, we have to tell how the parent grid, i.e. the customers, is related to the child grid, which is customer invoice grid. So let's go ahead and select our parent field, which is customer ID. That's the primary key of our customer ID. And you'll notice the moment I did that, it automatically selected my child field. And the reason for that is because they use the same naming. Obviously, if yours is different, you can modify it and select a different one. So now we've established that the main grid, which is called the customer, is related to our invoices via the customer ID, so Alpha knows how they're related together. And we can click OK. Now that we've defined our linked content section, we actually have to tell the system, and this is different from row expander, where to show it on the page. You'll notice we have a button below called Edit Freeform Edit Region. Go ahead and select that. And this will bring up a pop-up menu called Grid Part, and if you scroll over it, you will see we have different places. So we're basically being asked, where do we want to place our header section? So for now, click Bottom. And this opens up the bottom area below the grid. And then I'll show this a little bit more in a moment. But what we want to do here is this is the area right below the grid. And you'll notice, since we've defined a linked content section, we have item there. We can just double click on it and it'll insert that into our area below the grid. So basically this is a pointer to that other grid. And now click OK. Now that we've done that, we have our linked content section. We have placed it into our freeform region. We can click OK. Now we've defined our first link content, so let's go ahead and click Save. And let's do a working preview. Now you'll notice there's a little difference here. First, we don't have our row expander icon because we have disabled that. But you'll notice now below our top grid, which is our customer grid, it has rendered our invoice header grid. And in fact, it's linked it so you'll see only the records that are associated with the top level. That's that linking capabilities. So now if I click on Sally Peabody, you'll see it immediately refreshes this area down below. And if I walk through each one of those, you'll see. So this may be preferable versus having to expand it. Plus, you'll notice it kind of keeps a tighter representation on the screen. You can link one grid to another and represent that other information in an area near the top level grid. And this may be preferable for your application. Next section, we'll talk about how we can modify this a little bit more to make it more readable. Now you'll notice when we created our linked content, we placed our linked grid into the area at the bottom. But in our case, we have a lot of screen real estate, especially on a web browser. So we may want to have this over here on the right-hand side. So let's go ahead and make that adjustment. Let's go back into Design, return back to the linked content definition, and double-click this or click the ellipsis button to open it up. We don't have to redefine the link content section, but what we can do is let's go ahead and edit our freeform region here. So go ahead and go down to this button, click that, and select bottom. And what we want to do is go ahead and delete this because we no longer want to have that content in that section there. So click OK. So now we've removed essentially the pointer to that, and we can add our new one in there. So to do so, click Edit Freeform Edit Region, Grid Part, and now instead of bottom, select right. And this brings up again our editor region to the right, which is the area to the right of our primary grid. And we can go ahead and double click here to insert our content into that location. And click OK. Once you've done that, click OK. Let's go ahead and save this and do a working preview. Now you'll notice instead of rendering the linked content down below, in the bottom section, it's rendered on the right section. So you have bottom, right, top, and left. So you have complete control where you want to place these items. You're not limited to just grids. You can actually put other content along with this. So as you can see, as I click through here, the related invoices to this customer are going to show up right here. And as you can see, it's very snappy and very quick in terms of its rendering time. Now we can use this concept to actually make this even a little better. So let's go ahead and go back in and add a little flair to this. Let's go into Design. Let's go back into our linked content definition. This will reopen our linked grid or other content builder. And let's edit our freeform region again and go to the right. So as you can see, on the right-hand side, we have our linked content, but this is basically HTML. In fact, you can see you can open up an HTML editor. So let's go in here and just type the word invoices with a colon. So just type the word invoices with a colon right here. And then what I'd like you to do is put a left caret BR right caret. And you'll notice when I do that, we actually have a full HTML editor that shows you all the different HTML commands that are available, like for instance, bold or break, whatever it happens to be. So this area takes any kind of HTML you would like to put. And so I'm putting invoices colon and then open caret BR close caret. And let's click OK. Let's click OK and let's save that. And now you'll notice that it not only displays the grid section, but also any HTML up here. And so let's actually make one more modification to this invoices up here. And I'm going to scroll down because there's an alternative way to edit that area. Before we were going into here and clicking Edit Freeform Region. Once you've established that, if you scroll down, you'll notice there's a Freeform Edit region. So we don't actually have to go into the linked content anymore. We can go right here to the right of grid and click that, and this will open that up. So let's change this a little bit more. I'm going to put a bold because we want to bold this text. I'm going to say customer invoices, and I'm going to put in another /B. So basically I'm going to make this bolded so it looks differently, and I keep the break there. The reason I keep the break there is that if I didn't, then this would be next to this one. It wouldn't really look good on the screen. So again, it's left caret B right caret, customer invoices colon, left caret/B right caret, which is the closing tag for the bold, and there. Notice we could go into the HTML editor and do that visually if you so choose. Once you've got it looking like this, go ahead and click OK. And it's telling you that it may not make sense, may not be available, but this I think is just a glitch here, so just click OK. And let's go ahead and go into working preview. It recompiles it. And you'll notice now we have customer invoices. It's bold, it's got the break, and then the rest of our content, which is our linked grid, show up here. So we now have the ability to expand this, much like the row expander, in terms of linking other content. Specifically here we have our customers, our invoices, but we'd actually also like to display the customer invoice line items. So we can extend the concept just like row expander. Now to do so, like row expander, we use a nested approach. So what we can now do is go into our customer invoices grid, modify that to add linked content, in this case the item for the invoices. So to do so, we first need to edit this customer invoices. So if we go down here to customer invoice header, that's this grid right here. By the way, if that is not open there, you can go to Web Projects Control Panel and double-click customer invoice header to reopen it on your screen. Now let's go to Properties, and let's go ahead and disable the row expander. Now that we've disabled the row expander, now we can enable our linked grid. And in fact, if you look just up about 8 items, you'll see linked grids content. So let's go ahead and enable has linked grids or other content. So this now enables for our customer header or invoice header that capability. And let's follow a very similar procedure we did before. Step 1, open up our linked grid or content builder. We need to add our linked content section, which none are available yet. So I'm going to go ahead and click here, and I'm going to type invoice item, because we're going to be putting our invoice items in this content section. And click OK after putting invoice item here. Now that we've defined that content section, we need to define what's in that content section. So let's click Define Linked Content. This will open up our Define Linked Content builder. Let's click Add Object, and we want to add, in our case, a linked component. As I mentioned before, you can actually display A5W pages, XBasic objects, etc. if you want, but mainly we do linked components. So let's click Add Linked Component. This opens up our Select Component dialog box, and we're looking for our items grid, which is customer invoice items _ grid. And click OK. Once we've defined that, we now have to tell it how are the invoice headers related to the invoice items. So first we pick the parent field. In this case, it is invoice number. That is the parent field unique ID. And you'll notice it automatically selected for me invoice number that is in the items table or items grid. So now they're related together. So now Alpha knows how these grids are related in terms of the information that's going to be displayed in them. And let's click OK. So we've defined our linked content section. We've actually defined what we're going to place in that section. Now we actually need to tell it where we want to put this information on the screen. So we click Edit Freeform Edit Region, Grid Part, and in my case, I want to show it right below my invoices because that will maximize my screen real estate and usage. So click Bottom. When we do that, you'll see that it's empty. So let's do something very similar. Let's go start typing the left caret and then the letter B. You'll notice that it brings up a autocomplete. In fact, I can click here and you'll notice a nice little feature. It actually completes that, including both my header, my beginning and ending tag. So I'm going to click between those and go Invoice Items. Now, very important is I want this to be on the first line, so I'm going to type in a caret BR, and then I'm going to use my down arrow to select that, and it will put in my break. So that way my invoice items are above my actual grid. And now I can go right here. Now to insert my grid, I just double click on here, and my grid is now inserted here. So that's the link content section, which includes that grid inside of it. So let's click OK. We've now defined our link grid and content. Click OK and save this now. So once we've done that, we can actually go right back up to our customer invoice grid. Let's go ahead and remember we have to refresh all this since we've made a change to one of the subgrids. So we go Design and then go right into Working Preview. And you'll notice now, kind of a nice feature, it immediately shows my invoice items below it. I didn't have to actually write any code or do anything along those lines. And you'll see that the top level is linked to this grid. So if I select another item, you'll see that it refreshes this grid, and this grid now is associated with here. So in fact, if I select an item here, it refreshes the items that are associated with it. So let me go back up to Michael Graham, which we have a couple of them. You'll notice we have 2 invoices here. And if I select the second invoice, watch the invoice items below. So as you can see, this is actually probably a little easier to read than a row expander, but depending on your application, it can be one or the other. It really depends on what your users want to do. The other thing I wanted to stress was the fact that each of these elements are independent. So if you edit these, then it builds it all together. So for instance, all of our work we did on the items in terms of adding totaling and other things like that carries over. So this allows you to build modular designs. You can build grids and other components, and then using these techniques, you can kind of combine them together. In fact, you could have one scenario where you have row expanders and another where you have this kind of linked grid concept, depending on what the person is doing and what screen real estate they may have available. Now that we have a nice customer review scenario, meaning you can quickly review customers and see their invoices and line items, let's go ahead and reintegrate this into our overall application. Specifically, let's return to the Web Projects Control Panel, and let's open up our tabbed UI component. This is the component that ties all the pieces together. So double-click to open that up. And click on Tabbed UI Controls on the left. So as you can see, we have our original content that was delivered with this project to begin with, and now we can add our new content. And what's nice is since we've kind of built this link content, we really only have to add in the top level grid. So let's go ahead and add that into this system. Let's click Component here. This will open up a Insert Tabbed UI pane. What we want to do is select our top level grid, which is Customer Invoice Grid. So that's the top level, not the linked ones, just the top level there. Now down below, you'll notice that it puts for the button hyperlink text, the default name, and the pane label. We want to modify those. Let's go ahead and highlight that, and let's modify that to Customer Invoices. And let's do the same thing for pane label. Let's go Customer Invoices. That way, when the person has a button on the left-hand side of the screen, it shows a nice term for them, and when they open up the pane, it shows what's content within there. And click OK. And let's go ahead and move this up to the top. So this will be displayed at the bottom of our list of buttons, but let's go ahead and move that all the way to the top. And you can do that either manually by clicking this one at a time or clicking this to move it up to the top. Now save this to save our tabbed UI, and let's do a working preview. So you'll see we have our title. We'll have to actually change that. That's from the original. And you'll notice now we have our new button here, Customer Invoices. And when I click on that, it opens our customer invoices, but you'll see it automatically does the addition of the other invoice and invoice item grids. So that's again one of the powers of the component level, is that you can kind of mix and match and pull these pieces together and they all work fine. So now I can be reviewing my customer invoices in here. If I need to, I can move over and look at a customer grid directly, which will have a little different structure, so I can look at the customer information. And one of the nice things about the tabbed UI is I can have these open at the same time. So I could be looking at customer grid, looking up information, then I can also go over here to invoices, look that up, also do reports, etc. Very, very handy. Now, since we are in a new class, let's go ahead and change this header. Just a quick reminder of how to do that. Let's go into Design. Let's go to the tabbed UI properties, which is the third item down over here. This is what controls the overall structure of the tabbed UI. And go down to the header text location. And you'll notice we have Alpha Anywhere Web 1. So let's go ahead and highlight that. And let's change that to Alpha Sports. In fact, we won't make it training specific since this is the Alpha Sports system. We want to have that showing up at the top. And click Save. And let's go back into Working Preview. And you'll notice we have Alpha Sports. We're actually going to do a little more cleanup on this tabbed UI towards the end of our training just to really make it super sharp for the client. But for now, this will be sufficient. Again, we can quickly integrate our changes and modifications to our tabbed UI, thus being able to provide our end users with functionality very quickly when they need it, when they need changes, when they request new ones. As we demonstrated in the last section, we're able to use grids, and specifically linked grids tied together, to present some pretty complex parent-child relationships. In fact, we can represent top level, mid-level, and bottom level by using this concept. These are good for presentations, searching, sorting, just reviewing, etc. Essentially almost like reporting capabilities. But what if we want to actually edit our invoices, and more importantly, invoices and line items? Well, in that case, we could use a set of linked grids, but a UX component, which is our form component, is a much more powerful solution for this kind of scenario. So what we're going to do is actually add to our customer invoices grid the ability to open up and edit that grid or that invoice information in a UX form. This will provide you a lot of flexibility. So essentially, we're going to be showing how you can use a grid combined with a UX to create a much better environment for your end clients. So we're going to be focusing on the customer invoices grid, linking it to a customer invoice UX, and we're going to show you a couple different ways we can build that to give you a lot of flexibility of how you implement your actual solution for your end clients. The first step is to go to your web projects control panel. And in this case, we want to create a new invoice UX. So we can use the shortcut to click the down arrow here on the development environment and select UX component. And this will open up our UX component template. Now, we're going to build it from scratch, but just to let you know, there's an enormous number of different templates that are available that will let you quick start the building of your UX. And in fact, you can create your own templates for reuse over time, which is a very powerful concept. But for now, we're going to start with a blank UX component. So make sure that's been selected and click OK. This will now open our UX Builder. There's some handy help information here. In fact, there's a set of really nice videos you can click on here to watch and learn more about the UX component. Also, there is some videos about building UX forms that can work disconnected, i.e. offline. Very powerful. So follow along with me. Let's go to Controls on the left-hand side. You'll notice we don't have any controls in this UX yet. So click Text Box here. And this will open up your new control dialog box. Now yours may look like this, so what I'd like you to do is make sure you've selected Create Multiple New Controls at Once, and select there. Now we could go in and start building these controls by hand if we knew the table structure, but I like to take a little faster process. So if you'll notice down in the left-hand corner, we have Populate List from a Table. Let's go ahead and use that to have the system automatically build our UX for us. So click Populate List from a Table. The table type is Alpha DAO. We'll leave that alone. Let's go to connection string. We first need to tell where we're going to get our information from. So click the ellipsis button here, and this will bring up our connection string builder. Select CONN and click OK. So now we've defined which connection string we're using to populate this UX. Next, we need to select, well, which table do we want to use? So let's highlight that. When we click on that, it opens up our select table interface. This is very similar to what you saw in the grid component. Notice we have both tables and views that are being shown. And what I'd like you to do is go ahead and select invoice header, because we're going to be basing this UX off that invoice header table. Once you've selected invoice header, click OK. Now we have the option to tell it if we want all fields or just some of them. In our case, we want all the fields. So let's leave that selected. And now we also have down below, include data binding, load primary keys. Let's leave those all set. We'll have the system build a complete and total UX ready to use out of the box for us. So now we click OK. You'll notice that it's inspected the backend database table. It's brought in the fields and also, more importantly, the field types. So you can see this is numeric, this is a time field, this is a character field. And if you have questions about that syntax, you can always click here. And this talks about how it's structured this set of text here for building it. Nice thing is it's taking care of this for us. Go ahead and click OK. In a few moments, it's going to go ahead and build all of our fields for us. Once it's inserted all of our fields for our invoice header, it's now asking me, well, do you want to enable an expression for the submit button? Because there'll be a submit button on this, wants to say, how do you want it to interact, especially when data is dirty on the form? Let's leave the default one selected when any control on the UX component is dirty, and click OK. And you'll see this goes ahead and builds the rest of our buttons. So now you have the data connected, ready to go UX. Let's go ahead and save this by clicking Save and type in invoice header underscore UX. Again, that's invoice header underscore UX. And again, I use the UX so that when you're looking at it on the file system, it's easier to understand what is the component. And click Save. Now it's going to ask us a quick question. It's asking us if we want to refresh the data binding code. That means when we open up this UX in the development environment, do you want it to go back and check and see if there's any differences between the way we've set it up for the database here and what's in the database? And I always like to select that because it will catch when anything changes and could be a problem. So go ahead and click yes, because we do want it to make sure that the data is the same all the time, and so we don't accidentally edit the UX and create a problem. This will go ahead and render this component, and we now have our new invoice header UX. Let's do a quick working preview. And you'll notice we now have our UX. We have invoice number, customer ID, invoice date, etc. And if I scroll down to the bottom, you'll see we have our different buttons here for creating a new invoice header, deleting it, actually navigating. Watch, if I click on here, you'll see the information above changes. So all this is pre-wired and ready to go. Now, obviously, this is not ready for prime time. What we're going to do next is clean this up, make it look really sharp, and then we'll be able to connect it into our grid. As you can see, the default structure when Alpha built this UX was to put everything in a vertical position. And obviously that is not going to work in terms of it takes up too much space and doesn't lay out nicely, especially when we're going to move to the stage of including into our UX here the line items associated with it. So the first thing we want to do is relay this out so that they're side by side. So let's go ahead and start doing that. If you'll notice, we'll go into design, and if we look at each item, you'll see that there is a field name, and then after it is a little small caret. And that is called a paragraph or line break indicator. So whenever you see that little line break indicator, it's going to put a return on there. So let's say we wanted all three of these to be on a single line. Well, an easy way to do that is just remove the line break. You can do that by using this little toggle break here. You can also click on a field and right-click and select toggle break. Both of those are identical. So you'll notice I removed the toggle break from the first and second line. Let's go ahead and do a working preview. And you'll see now, immediately we start to see some benefits. One is that the invoice number and customer ID and invoice date are all up on one line. And you'll start seeing that this is moving up because it's essentially taking that space that was taken by these controls. So let's go ahead and do some other modifications. So first, what I'd like to do is, you'll notice we have a payment method, and then we have CC number and CC expiration. So let's go ahead and put all of those on the same line. We'll keep this delivery by on a single line. And let's go back into design. So the first thing I'm going to do is look at CC number and expiration. To move the controls, I just select a control and use the up-down arrows to move them to the location. And I can actually do that with multiple ones. So as you'll notice, as I selected two of the items, and I can select this to move up and down. Now, another method, which is actually a little quicker, especially when you have a lot of controls, is we can actually move it in one fell swoop. In order to do that, I'm going to go ahead and click this button right here, which is the Move to a Specified Location icon. Select that, and this shows you what is selected. You'll notice it's in kind of a colored format here. I can go right here and say I want to move both of these at the same time to this one control, and we'll use the after. So now you'll notice those are there. Now, it moved along with it our line breaks. So you'll still see we have our line breaks. So we want to remove those. And again, a technique is I could remove them individually by clicking the toggle, or I could highlight a couple of them and click this toggle the line break, and it will do both of them at the same time. So as you can see, there's some nice little shortcuts to quickly format your UX control. Let's click Save. And I'm going to ask it not to preempt this in the future because I do want it to refresh it, and this time it will do it automatically. And let's go to Working Preview. And we're starting to get a little better. We have our first line, our second line, and our third line. And let's go ahead, and I'm going to do the following. I'm going to move the sales rep here in front of delivery by, and then I want to move the sales tax and discount to this row right here. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go back into design. I'm going to first take my sales rep. I'm going to move that up in front of the delivery by. So that's going to be before the delivery by. And I'm going to remove the line break so that it shows on the same line. And then I'm going to do the same thing here where we have sales tax and discount. I'm going to go ahead, and in this case, I'm just going to remove the line break right here. And let's save that. And we can do a working preview. So as you can see, now we have a much tighter representation. We've now freed up some space down here in which we can display the line item data. I might even take another couple steps and move this sales item and discount up to this level to free up some more space. So let's go ahead and do that just so that we maximize our open area right here. So I'm just going to go to Design, and this is very simple. You'll notice that we have a carriage return or a line break in there. If I just remove that, then instead of having a line break, sales tax and discount are going to show up on that line. So let's click Save, and let's do Working Preview. And now we have a much tighter. So you have method, credit card number, expiration, sales tax, and discount, along with those pieces here. Want to do some other cleanup work we'll do in the next section. One is this date is a date time, a little bit overkill. And you'll also notice something. The invoice number and the customer ID are showing the foreign key, i.e. the unique ID for those people, instead of the actual value of it. So we can modify that to make sure it looks good. And then last but not least, you'll see that sales tax and discount right here should be in a percentage format. So we want to display that in a percentage format so that people will see what it looks like properly. Our first step is to clean up some formatting, specifically this invoice date and sales tax and discount. To do so, let's return back to the design environment. To modify the date format that is displayed for the user, click on Invoice Date and scroll down until you locate Display Format. This is about halfway down. By the way, a trick is that if you're having a hard time seeing it, because there are a lot of properties here, you can click on Properties type the word display, and you'll see display format. And now we'll go ahead and click on this to modify the display format for the invoice date. This opens up our display format dialog box. You can see there are predefined formats, and you'll notice this is what is currently showing. So click on select predefined format and then pick a format. I'm going to pick this one right here that will show the kind of date the way you want to. As you can see, there's a lot of different formats, including extended formats, etc., that are available. Now notice that this is time only, or time, so you could actually show a combination of date and time. In my case, I'm going to select a date only format and click OK. And it'll insert the display format function right here. And you can modify that at any time. And you'll notice now we're seeing what our date is down here in the lower left corner. Click OK, and that inserts the display format there. So now we've display formatted the invoice date. Let's go ahead and modify sales tax and discount. Click on sales tax. You'll notice since we are on the display format, it stayed on that control, but if you didn't, you can always use the search properties. Now let's go ahead and open up the display format and select predefined format. You'll notice right off the bat that we have a different list of predefined formats because the system understands that sales tax is a numeric versus a date time. And so we can pick it from this. And the one I would like is this one right here that shows a percent sign since sales tax is done in percentage. And click OK. And you'll notice then it puts in our display format to format it properly on the screen. And then click OK. Now discount is also the same format. So we could do a couple things. We could reopen and walk through the steps. We could manually copy this information, paste it, or we can use our handy dandy current property paster. So with display format selected for sales tax, click our icon here, which is an eyedropper, and then select discount. And you'll see it's showing our other formatting. And then click set properties. That will quickly copy that property over. And you'll often find that that's a much faster way to update all of your user interfaces. Click save. Now let's go to working preview. And you'll notice now our invoice date is properly displayed and our sales tax and discount are also properly displayed. Now on this, you'll notice one of the cool things is that since we had a date, it automatically created a date field. So this allows us to go in and use a date picker automatically to select the date for this field. And that's done automatically for us by the system. In our next section, we're going to tackle the customer ID and sales rep and show you how you can use this powerfully to make these drop-down boxes and link them to your database to automatically populate. You'll notice that the customer ID is currently a number, and then also the sales rep is also a number. That is because these are foreign keys to a different table that holds the actual information for that person. So what we'd like to do is modify these to drop-down boxes, so instead of showing a foreign key, we actually see the person's name or customer's name. And down the road, you'll be able to actually use that to select who this invoice is for. So let's go into design and let's start with customer ID first. So select customer ID. The first thing we're going to do is modify this from a text box to a drop-down box. So scroll up to the top and let's select control type and change that to drop-down box and click OK. So you'll notice a couple things. First, it's changed our little icon over here, so we actually have a visual indicator of the type of control it can be or is. Then on the right-hand side, our properties have changed. And most importantly, we have a new set of properties, and I'm going to scroll down here, called drop-down properties with a set of choices. So this allows us to dictate what are the potential choices for this drop-down box. So let's go ahead and investigate that. To modify the choices for this drop-down box, I can click the ellipsis button, and this opens up our Define Choices dialog box. Now, if I knew, like let's say I had a short list, I can go customer, a pipe, and then maybe their number. And that's what's called static. We're putting a static list in here. The first item right here is what is displayed to the user. The second item after the little pipe character, which is a vertical bar, is the actual unique ID. And you'll see there's a little description of it right here. You have your display value and your stored value there. Now that works fine for little small fixed lists, but it does make things kind of fixed, and so it's hard to update. Alpha has a really powerful capability called dynamic. So let's go ahead and click dynamic. This changes our selection dialog box. So you'll notice now we have a data source type of Alpha102, which means our connection string, our database. So let's go ahead and first specify our Alpha102 connection string name. So let's click that. This opens up our connection string and select CONN. So this is very similar to what you do when you're setting up, say, a new grid. And click OK. Now that we've done that, we can define our SQL select statement that will actually populate this drop-down box for us. So let's go ahead and click that, and this opens up our specify SQL statement. So it already knows our connection string, so it knows what database to talk to. The first question it's asking is, what table are we connecting to? So click select. And in this case, we want to select the customer table because this is the customer ID dropdown. So go ahead and select customer. Now that we've done that, it's asking us the second question, which is which field do you want to display to the user, i.e. what is going to be visible to the user when they look at this dropdown box. So the field to display should be something like company. Could be first name, last name, but really company is what we're looking for because we're trying to select that company ID. Now, if we were to leave it here, it would actually bring back that company and store the name of the company in that field. But in our case, we're using a foreign key relationship where we want to actually specify not the name of the company, but the ID of the company. So we do want to store a value other than the display value. So select that. It's now going to give us a new drop-down box asking us, well, what field would you like to store? From the drop-down box, select Customer ID. Thus, behind the scenes, it's going to have those unique IDs and it's going to store that information for us. And click OK. Now you have some other items. You have display value for no selection, and then also some other nice things like cascading choices if you have a couple of drop-down boxes together. But for our purposes, all we wanted to do was populate that drop-down box with a list of customers. So let's click OK. Now that we have our drop-down box, our choice is set and ready to go. Click Working Preview to enter the working preview. And now you'll see that the customer ID is not showing an ID, it's actually showing a name of a company in our company database. And if I click the drop-down, you'll see that we have a sorted list of companies in the drop-down. And since this customer ID behind the scenes had a certain number, it's automatically gone ahead and matched it to this particular company name and showing it there. And if I were to edit this and submit it, it would change that invoice header to a different company. So as you can see, it's very easy for you to kind of tie in these lookup tables into a central UX and display them, so it's much easier for the user to interact with it. In our next section, we're going to do a similar thing for the sales rep, but we're going to use a different technique called a lookup field. Let's go ahead and modify our sales rep to make it easier to both display the information for the sales rep and also change it. If we go back into design and make sure that sales rep is selected here. Now we could change this to a drop-down box, be perfectly okay, but we're going to use a different technique. And this is a very powerful technique because it allows you to do rapid data entry. So let me go ahead and scroll down to the bottom and find what's called the lookup property. And again, if you need to, you can click here, properties, and type lookup, and it'll take you to that location there. So what we're going to do is we're going to change sales rep to be a lookup. So let's go ahead and enable that. Once you've seen that enabled, you will be displayed with a couple other items, lookup type and definition. to start with, we are going to select what's called an edit combo list. This is a great one in terms of for the salesperson. So with lookup enabled, select from lookup type, edit combo list. Now that we've done that, we actually have to go in and specify our lookup definition. So go ahead and click the ellipsis button to open up our lookup definition. Now, as before, we could create a static list, but what we want to do here is a dynamic list. This is very similar to what we did with the drop-down box. So first thing we need to do is at connection string, specify the connection string for the data. Go ahead and click there. This will open up our connection string editor. Click connection and click OK. Now that we've defined our connection string, we can define the data table we would like to get the data from. Go ahead and click here on the ellipsis button to open up table name. And what we're looking for is salesperson, because that's where all the salesperson information is displayed. Now we are asked which field do we want to display. So if we click on there, this will show us a list of the fields in that database table. And what we're looking for is last name. And click OK. So this is the fields that will be displayed. Now the field to return is after you select a item, what is going to be displayed. In our case, we want to show the last name. So from there, select from this drop-down last name. So you want the field to display to be last name and the field to return to be last name. Now, as we saw before, the actual data saved in the database is a unique ID of that person. So we want to enable store value is different than display value. So go ahead and enable that. And in the stored value, we can select which field do we want to actually store in the database. And this is ID. So it's a little couple extra steps, but you'll see in a minute there's some payoff down the road. So we have alpha DAO connection string. Our table is the salesperson. We want to display last name and return that last name to the field itself, but in the background we want to store the value of ID. As you can see, there's some other changes. We'll come back and look at those in a little bit. Let me go ahead and click OK. Now this is saying that we have specified a stored value that differs from the displayed value, and therefore the user must select from the list property. So because of the way we do that, it kind of forces us to do something. And what you'll see is Alpha goes ahead and checks that for us. Click OK. Let's save this, and let's go into working preview. And as you'll notice now, we have what looks like a drop-down here. And in fact, I can click here, and here are our different salespeople. So if I change a salesperson, it shows their name, but behind the scenes, it's actually putting in that ID. And let me go ahead and go back to Waring. Now there's a nice feature on here is I can start typing into here, and I can use a type ahead. And therefore, instead of having to select from that list, I can just, I'm like putting in an L, an M, a B, a C. So when you're doing data entry, lookups are really nice, because what lookups allow you to do is essentially have a drop-down list, but have it so you could keyboard enable it to be able to be used by a data entry person. And for someone who's entering tons of invoices, doing a lot of data entry, the ability to not have to use their mouse to select an item is very, very powerful. Now that we have our invoice UX ready to go, we're ready to tie it into our invoice header. So this is our top level invoice review system. We have customers, invoice headers, and then invoice items. In our case, what we like to do is modify our invoice grid here, our invoice header grid, to add a button to allow us to quickly review the invoice in a UX in a more detailed format. So with that in mind, what we want to do is locate this grid, which is our invoice header grid, and edit that one to add in that functionality. So to do so, click Web Projects Control Panel, locate the customer invoice header grid, that's this one right here, and double click to open it. This will open up our customer grid for invoice headers. You can do a working preview just to verify that it looks correct. You'll notice that it still shows our linked content here, but it's sort of, we've drilled down to another level. So what we want to do is on this first here, we want to add a button in here that allows us to open up this invoice in a detailed invoice UX. So let's go to Design. Let's click here on Fields so we see the fields. And here are the fields that are currently being presented in our grid. And so we want to add a button. So you'll notice there's an insert little link down here. So click Insert and locate about halfway down the button. Now note, you could use a hyperlink, an image. There's a lot of flexibility on how to actually show this. And in fact, we'll go ahead and modify that in a little bit. But let's go ahead and select Button and click OK. And then what I'd like you to do is, you'll notice that we had invoice number selected here, so it put the button here. Let's move that up so it's the very first thing on each row of the grid. Now on the button label, let's change that. And the way you do that is double click here or click on the ellipsis button and you can type in View. So the idea is we want to view that UX. And click OK. Now to add the actual functionality to this button, we are going to modify the JavaScript on-click event. And what's really exciting is we're going to use one of the most powerful aspects of the Alpha system, which is called Action JavaScript. Action JavaScript allows you to create really powerful behaviors with very little or any coding needed. So with button 1 selected, you'll notice down towards the bottom of the properties, there is a series of JavaScript items. And as you can see, there's a different set of events. The one we primarily use for a button is on-click. But for other fields, there may be, like, for instance, an on-change or an on-key-up, etc. So these are essentially events you can attach either JavaScript or Action JavaScript to produce a behavior on one of your fields. So in our case, the user will be clicking on the button, so we want to use the on-click event to execute our UX opening up. So with on-click selected, either double-click on that or click the ellipsis button here to open up our Action JavaScript Builder. So you'll notice we've been opened up with a on-click event. And there are 3 modes: Action JavaScript, Text Mode, and Server-Side XBasic. Really don't use this one much. There's other better techniques now. The primary ones we use are either Action JavaScript or Text Mode. Now just to talk about that, if we go into Text Mode, we can literally put in any JavaScript we would like here, for instance, a hello alert, and that would work fine. So again, you can attach any kind of JavaScript for whatever purposes you need. But we're not going to do that. We're going to actually make a much easier method. Click Action JavaScript, and we're going to add a new Action JavaScript. So click Add New Action. You'll notice that it opens up our Select an Action dialog box. And I'd like you to type the letters UX. And this will filter all of the different available actions down to the ones that match that filter list criteria. As you can see, there's a wide range of them. We're going to be touching on things like reporting, uploads, downloads, things along those lines. Now you'll notice after we selected UX, we have 3 options: open a UX component, open a UX component to edit current record in the grid or add a new record, or open UX as an alternative editing view. I like to use this one, open a UX component to edit current record in the grid, which is what we would like to do here. And then go ahead and click OK. Once you've done that, you'll see we have a series of different items that are available. So first you'll see mode, and in our case for mode there are 2 modes available: edit existing record and enter new record. We want to use the edit existing record. The next thing it's asking us is, well, you want to open a UX, which one would you like to open up? So you click the ellipsis button next to the UX name. This opens up the Open UX Genie. Click Select to select which UX we would like. And we can select our invoice header underscore UX, which we just built. And then click OK. We've selected that invoice header UX. We can use the alias as a default here and click OK. So you'll notice that we have edit existing record, UX name is there, and now we can select the different options we want for how we want to open up this UX. First, I want to talk about cached components. That speeds things up, but I often tend to disable that. There's really not a huge speed difference, and by doing that, you ensure that every time that UX opens, any on-dialog initialize events occurs. So I tend to uncheck that there. We'll come over and do argument bindings down the road in further trainings, and we'll go ahead and allow the master style to be used. Now let's scroll down a little bit here. The first part is what we're opening up. So it's basically what target UX. Then if we go down here, we're being asked where to open it. We're going to leave it as window, but you'll notice that there are different ways we can open this up. You can open it up in tabbed UI panes, panels, dynamic panels, etc., and we'll be covering those very soon. But we're going to leave this to window. Now, there are different types of windows that are available. We're going to use modal pop-up, but if you look, you also have modeless and drop-down. We're going to leave it for modal pop-up for right now. The idea is this will pop up a window that until you close that window, you're not going to be able to do anything else but that. And you'll see there's some other options in terms of sizing and the titles and things like that. So we'll come back and adjust those in a little bit. Let's click OK. And now it's asking us to give a comment. So we'll go Open Invoice Header UX. And I highly recommend you put in these comments so that you can see what they are when you come back and review later on. So you'll notice it's now added our new action JavaScript, Open UX, and it's the opening there, and click Save. So now we've added our button. We've enabled an on-click event and tied it to Action JavaScript. Let's go ahead and test that out. Let's click Save. Now click Working Preview to review, and you'll notice something. We now have a new button on each row of our grid. And if I click on a button, let's go ahead and click on this one right here, you'll notice that it opens up a window. This window is identical to the UX we built before because it's basically opening up a window with that UX. And you'll notice that it's basically bringing in the information associated with that row. And all the other functional elements are available here. So one thing that's nice is you'll notice that Alpha took the trouble to go ahead and when it opened up this UX, it passed in which row I was looking at. So now that we have the basic functionality, let's clean this up and make this a little bit nicer for the user when they use this pop-up window. There's a few things I'd like to fix on here. First, let's give this header a nicer window name. We'll add a close button to this. And then also you'll notice when I click the next, it gives us an error. And the reason why is that this originally was built so that it would load in what's called an index and then navigate through them. But in our case, we don't need those buttons, so we can get rid of those. I'm also going to go ahead and remove this new record and delete record because we probably don't want our people randomly deleting invoice headers. And more importantly, we're going to add a new record capability to the grid itself. So instead of having it on here, we'll be actually able to execute that from the grid. So let's go ahead and make those changes. First, let's go into Design. I'm going to modify first our invoice UX because we don't need those other items. And we do that not here in the grid, but in the invoice UX itself. So let's go to Web Projects Control Panel. Let's go ahead and open our invoice header by double-clicking on it. This will ask us if we want to refresh the stored database schema. This means it's going to check the database to make sure it's still valid. Click Don't Prompt in the Future and click Yes, because we want it to do that just to make sure we don't get out of sync between our controls and our database. Now that we have this, let's go ahead and do a few changes. First thing we want to do is delete our navigation buttons. So in order to do so, you can click here and single click here to delete that, or you can highlight and select multiple controls. For instance, I'm selecting all of the navigation buttons and clicking there to get rid of it. We also don't want our delete record and new records, so let's go ahead and delete that and delete that. So now we have a little bit cleaner setup, and again, the user won't be confused by having those other buttons on the interface. Once you've deleted those controls, click Save, and that has saved our invoice header. You could click Working Preview and review it if you choose. Now what we want to do is go back into our customer invoice grid, our invoice header grid, and what we want to do is modify a couple things on when we open the UX. So let's go ahead and select our View button here. Let's go to the on-click event and click on that. That will open up our Action JavaScript Builder. And we can then click here and click Edit, or double click on here to edit that action. And this takes us back into our Open a UX component Action JavaScript Builder. And this is where we can adjust things. So let's go ahead and scroll down a little bit here, and let's look at the target. You'll notice that we have a window title here, and currently it's said window. So we can actually go in here and say invoice header, or just invoice if you would like to. Now instead of a generic window, you will have something that says invoice here. I'm going to go ahead and scroll down just to let you know you have window and height, so those are adjustable. I'm going to leave them as they are because we're going to be adding more content to the UX in terms of showing the line items in a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and scroll all the way down until I get to window buttons. And we have a Has Custom Toolbar button. So we want to add a button on there that shows a nice little close button so that they can see how to close the window. So click this to enable that. Once you've enabled that, you will see we have a Define Buttons property that has been shown, and then go ahead and click that to open up our toolbar buttons. So as you can see, we can add multiple buttons to our window that popped up. And in our case, we're just going to add one. So to do so, click Add, and let's call this Close, because it will do a close window function, and then click OK. So this is the name, and then it uses the same label. And you'll notice there's an action, and currently it says close because that's the default, but you'll notice we have multiple buttons that are available to us. It just so happens that close is the default one that shows up very first. But if you wanted to refresh the window, maximize it, restore it, etc., those kind of buttons will be available there. So now that we've added our close button and we have our name and label, again, you can modify the label if you want, you can click OK. So now when the window is rendered, you're going to see it's going to have a new button that's associated with it. And you'll notice there's some other options in here. You can specify optional window parts, animation, and there's a whole series of events that happen that allow you to trap if you need to do something special, you'll be able to do it. So very flexible in terms of you're opening up this UX in a window, but you have complete control over that process. So let's go ahead and click OK. That will now save our changes to the window and click Save once again. To test this, click Save to save our grid. Let's go into Working Preview. You'll refresh. Let's go ahead and select this one right here. And you'll notice now our buttons are gone because it's now bringing in our updated UX. And you'll notice we have a nice little close button down here. So when I want to, I can click Close, and then I can open up a different one. And this opens up that record here, and we can close it here. And also notice we have a nice invoice up here. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and show you a few other options about this window that allows you to do some very flexible, very powerful things with your user interface. In this section, we're going to explore some of the different options for opening this window. So let's return to design. Let's return to our on-click event. And so either click the ellipsis button or double-click on click, and double-click to open up this Action JavaScript here. And scroll down a little bit till we're into the window type, target window type. So for window type, it's currently window or modal pop-up. So let's try drop down. Let's modify it to drop down. So that's the only change I'd like you to do, is make it to drop down. And click OK and click Save. Save your grid and do a working preview. Now you'll notice when I click View now, instead of popping up in the middle of the screen, it pops up here right below the View button. And obviously this is a very large window, but if you had a small window with a small amount of quantity, that may make more sense. Plus, you kind of have a feel for where it was clicked. So if I click Close here, click here, you'll notice that the window pops up in relationship to where I clicked, which is kind of nice in terms of from a visual, it doesn't just pop up somewhere else in the screen. Now this is movable, so the person can still move it around, but that's a nice option, that drop-down option. Let's make another adjustment. Click Design, and let's go into the on-click event, and let's double-click on here, and let's change our window type from drop-down to modeless pop-up, and then click OK. This will now change the method for opening that window, so go ahead and click Save. So let's go ahead and do a working preview, and let's take a look at this one. So I'm going to click this first View button here to open up the window, and everything looks basically the same. We have our invoice here, and I can drag it around. Now before I wasn't able to actually do anything in the behind because it was a modal window. But now I could actually click another button here, watch, and it actually will open up another dialog box, essentially another window. And both of these windows are active and available at the same time. And I can move them around my screen and edit them and do everything else I need to do within here. And then I can close them as needed. So you may have a situation where you don't want to necessarily just have the person open up one window and execute just on that, but be able to open up multiple things at one time. And this is very powerful, especially in dashboard applications and allowing the person to kind of set up their environment to exactly what they would like. So that's called modeless. We're going to go ahead and put it back to modal, but we want to show one other option. Let me go ahead and click View again real quick. And you'll notice we have invoice up here, and that's generic. But let's say we actually wanted to make that customized for each window we open. So let's go ahead and show you how to do that. Let's go into Design. And then again, with button clicked, or with it selected, double click on the on-click event. And let's open up here. So as we did before, we actually changed the window title to be Invoice. But there's a powerful feature that's built into essentially these kind of titles. You'll notice there's a little bit of a help text down below. And if I go to Invoice here, you'll notice that if I come here and put in curly brackets, one of the fields, what will happen is it will take whatever the current field we selected in that grid row and use that to populate here. So I'm actually going to change this with an invoice colon and then in curly brackets, and that's very important. You'll notice there's a little example down here. Put in, for instance, invoice number. And I'm going to go ahead and put a dash, and in curly brackets, I'm going to put invoice underscore date. Doesn't matter if it's uppercase or lowercase, it really, it's case insensitive. But again, this is invoice colon, then in curly brackets, invoice underscore number, which you'll see is our first field, and then a dash, and then another curly bracket, and invoice underscore date, curly bracket. Now I'll click OK, make sure that looks good, click Save, and now when we go to our working preview, we'll go ahead and click View here. And now you'll notice when it opens, it has in this case, and I'll drag it right here, it put in the invoice number, dash, and then the date. If I close this one and open another one here, you'll notice that I have invoice number 8 and the date for that current record. So this is really handy because you may have a fair amount of quantity right here, and you want the person to be able to see quickly at the top of the window what is the content that's been opened within that window. You'll notice that our window is still in a modal functionality. So let's go ahead and go back into design. Let's edit our click event and let's open up our first action JavaScript and let's change that back to modal pop-up. That way, really, we're focusing on one and only one invoice header at a time. And then click OK and click Save. Let's go ahead and save our grid, and we're now ready for our next section. Now that we have our invoice header grid and our invoice UX connected together and working great, we want to enhance this. The idea is when a person is looking at an invoice, we want to be able to display down here the related invoice items. So essentially think of it as an invoice with a header up top and then the items down below. Now, we're going to actually break this into two parts. The first part, we're just going to reuse our existing items grid. And then we want to create a new grid that actually allows you to edit and add items to an invoice. So essentially creating a full invoice data entry system. So let's go ahead and take our first step. You'll notice that we're on the invoice UX, so we want to go ahead and add to the invoice UX the grid capability. So let's go ahead and go back into design. Let's go to our web projects control panel, either by clicking here or here. Once you're there, locate your invoice header UX and double click on it to open it up. And this will open up our UX builder. What we want to do is actually embed a grid into this. And that's one of the cool powers of Alpha is that you can have top level components and embed other components with it and link them. So to do so, what I'd like you to do is make sure that your button reset here is selected. Then go over to Other Controls. It is a expander on the left-hand side. Click that Other Controls. Then scroll down until you locate Embedded Object. Oops, a little too quick there. Once you've located Embedded Object, click that, and that will open up a selector. And you'll notice that it's showing you the existing components that are in your system. But notice you can also include things like reports and external pages and even PDF documents in this embedded object area. So it's a very flexible, very powerful method. But for now, we want to embed another component, which is our grid. And what we'd like to do is embed our customer invoice items underscored grid, because this is a grid of the invoice items, and we're going to link it to that parent UX. So once you've selected customer invoice items underscore grid, click OK, and you'll notice that it embeds right here a invoice grid right here inside the UX. Now currently we've embedded that grid, but there's no linkage between the data in the UX and the grid, meaning it will display a grid, but it will be an empty grid. And in fact, you can test that by clicking Working Preview. In this case, it's going to load up the first invoice header, but you'll notice in the grid down below, it loads up our grid, but it loads up all records. So it's essentially showing us all of our line items, which is not really what we're looking for. We only want to find the line items that are associated with invoice number 1 or whatever invoice happens to be displayed. So we embedded the object, which was step 1, but now we need to link the embedded object to its parent, i.e. these controls here. So let's go ahead and do that. Click Design, then make sure we have our embedded object selected and highlighted. Then over on the right-hand side, you'll notice that there are parameters here that allow us to link, actually either apply a filter or apply a link to our embedded object. And what we're going to use is the link technology because it's going to link the embedded object to its parent. So go ahead and select that by clicking the ellipsis button. This will open up our Grid Genie. You'll notice we have our grid name up top, and then we have our options in the middle. Now, we need to do this because it will give us a warning, but when this is created, it's given a default alias. And that's just under the covers. It's how Alpha builds the JavaScript to talk to the different components. What we need to do is change that from a default to an actual name. Otherwise, we'll get an error a little later. So all I want you to do is copy the name of the grid name and give it the alias. And that tends to be my best practice in terms of making sure that things are working good. So once you've selected or changed the alias, now we can set up the link. And you'll notice there's a little help text here. But what I'd like you to do is click link. And then once you've clicked link, click on here, and this will open up the define linked field values. And this is very similar to our parent-child grids. We need to tell the embedded object how it's linked to its parent. So click Add Field. On the left-hand side is a list of fields that are in our embedded object. So in this case, inside the grid. So I'd like you to select Invoice Number, because we're going to be linking on the invoice number in the embedded grid. On the right-hand side, you'll see there is another drop-down, and if I click on that, these are the fields that are currently in your UX, so the parent. And again, what we'd like to select is invoice number. So basically we're saying whatever the invoice number is in my UX, filter or link the items in my embedded object here with the invoice number column in the grid. And then click OK. Now you'll notice we've set our linked field mapping. If you have a more complex scenario, you can actually have multiple fields that are available. And click OK. And this is the nomenclature. On the left-hand side is the field in the grid, and on the right-hand side you'll see we're using that curly bracket and then the field name in the UX itself. And then click OK. Now we have one last thing to do, and that's to make it a live link. If you set this up, the only time this gets updated is that if you force it to be refreshed. But if we click here on Live Link and enable that, that will automatically refresh this grid when this UX opens up. And so let's go ahead and save this. Let's click Working Preview. And now you'll notice when it opens up, we have our invoice up top. We now have our embedded grid, but you'll notice that the embedded grid is automatically linked or filtered based on the property of invoice number here. So all of these line items down here are related to that number one invoice. In fact, we can test this. Let's go ahead and go back to design and save this. Make sure it's saved. And what I'd like you to do is go to your Web Projects control panel, again, clicking here or here. And let's open up our customer invoice header grid. And let's do a working preview. So let's go ahead and click one of these to open up our view. And now it'll open up our new UX, and our new UX has the following. You'll notice that it has, let me go ahead and expand this out a little bit. So on top, it's got our UX, then it has our embedded line items here, and you'll notice that this is being filtered on this item here, because if I close this, let's say we open up number 4, you'll see that the line items are different down here. So it depends on which invoice number we're looking at. Let's do that one more time on line number 8, and let's look and see there. And you'll see we only have 2 items here. So that's the concept of linking in an embedded object. And more importantly, we use the concept of live linking so that when this opened up, it automatically refreshed and only showed us the filter criteria for these. And it goes one step further. When you actually input records into an embedded object, if you have done a link, it will actually insert that primary key into that. So as you create new records, they'll be properly associated with the parent. And that's what we're going to do next. We're going to actually create a new grid now that will allow us to edit and add new line items in here. So instead of being sort of a read-only grid here, we're going to change this and make this a editable grid and embed that editable grid into our UX. To allow the user to edit items in a invoice UX, we're going to actually create a whole new grid that allows us to do so. We're going to show you the cool features that allow you to create very powerful embedded grids that have editable components in it, so the user doesn't have to keep opening up windows and closing them. They can actually edit the data right in the grid. So go ahead and click Design, and let's go to our Web Projects Control Panel. Once we're at the Web Projects Control Panel, we want to go ahead and create a new grid. So to do so, click the drop-down button here and select Grid Component from that drop-down. This will open up our grid component template. And again, we're going to start with a blank grid component and click OK. This will open up our grid component and we're ready to go. So you'll see we're right here at the top level, and this kind of gives you an overview of what we want. And we actually want to, instead of creating a read-only, we want to have an updatable. When it's read-only, you'll notice these are labels. But if we click updatable, you'll notice now it adds a couple things. It changes things to text boxes and also enables some other features there. So our first step is to say we want to build this grid from the get-go as an updatable grid. Now what I'd like you to do is click on the Query button on the left. That'll open up where we need to define where this grid is going to get its information from. Click Select next to the connection name. Click CONN and click OK. And that points us to our database. Now we click Connect here, and that opens up our basically how we can tell what in that database we should connect to. In our case, we're going to use Table or View, so let's click Select. And you'll notice then it shows our different tables and views that are available. In our case, what we're looking for are invoice items. And click OK. You'll notice that it's asking us what the primary key is down here. And you'll notice that in this situation, since it's a table, it actually read it from the table, so it already knows that this ID field is your primary key and that the primary key is auto-incremented. We saw this earlier with a view because a view didn't have a primary key. We had to select that. But in this case, because it is a table and already set up in the structure of the table, we don't have to worry about that. So click OK. Next thing we want to do is go to Fields. This will show us our fields in the table. So let's highlight all of these fields by either shift clicking or click drag and use the right chevron to move them into our editable fields area here. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and save this. And let's call this Customer Invoice Items edit_grid. So it's similar to our previous grid name, but in this case, this one is going to be editable, so I called it edit. So Customer Invoice Items edit_grid, and click Save. Now that you've done that, we can do a working preview to immediately look and see. And let's see what we have here. You'll notice first that everything is built using text boxes. You also notice that it's added some icons into the beginning and to the end, i.e. you have a little save icon here, a little reset icon, and you have the delete here, so if you want to delete a record. And you'll notice it also allows you to edit multiple things at a time, and we have a submit button down here. Last, you'll see that we have 3 empty line items, and they're called auto. These are where you can enter in new records into your invoice line items table, and it will just create those items in that table. And this is active and ready to go. So for instance, if I check this quantity here, I'm going to double click it and enter a 8 there. I can click Submit and Save Changes, and it would save the changes. You'll notice a couple things. The extension value didn't change. That's not good. We're going to fix that. But you'll notice that the record was changed, and now 8 is the value in the database. Let's go ahead and change that back to 7, and we click Submit right there to save that data. Now let's say I was going to change it to 8, and I change my mind. You'll notice there's a little kind of a back arrow. If I click that, it'll bring up an automatic message saying, do you want to undo the edits in this record? And click OK. So in our next section, we're going to go ahead and start cleaning this up and modify a few elements and really make it work like a invoice entry system. So let's start doing a little cleanup here. The key objective is that this will actually be embedded in the UX. So we want a very tight representation. So a lot of the extra stuff that's built in out of the gate in a default grid, we want to disable. Plus, we also want to put it so it takes up as little space on the UX as possible, but give the people all the information they need. So a couple things we want to do. First, we really don't need the records and the per page. We'll just set it because your average line items, you're not going to have more than 20, 30 maximum. So we can set that so we don't have to have all that space taken up there. Secondly, we can hide the ID because that's going to be auto-assigned. The user's never going to enter that information. And also we can look at minimizing the number of new rows. Because when you create a new row, it will add another row after it. And again, just takes up less space. So let's go ahead and go through a process of modifying those elements. So to do so, go back into Design. You'll see here are our selected items. Let's first select ID. Now it's super important that you keep that field in the grid because when a new ID is created, it needs a place to put that, but it doesn't need to be shown to the individual. So for those kind of fields, you can click over on the right-hand side and scroll down till you locate the hide column. And again, if you are having a hard time finding it, just click Search Properties, type the word hide, and take it. This will take you right to the hide column. So I'm going to click that to hide it. And if I move down, you'll see it's changed it to kind of a grayish so you know it's hidden. The other practice I like to do is take these hidden fields that aren't really going to be seen by the user and put them at the end of my grid. Because I really am only going to be focusing on these elements when I'm doing formatting and other kind of activities with the grid. So ID is hidden, but I go ahead and put it to the end there. Now our other changes are actually done at the grid level. And in order to do that, we go to the Properties section right here. And this is where we modify all of those elements here. The first thing we're going to do is remove our Records Per Page selector. So let's go ahead and remove that. And you'll notice when we remove that, it removes also the other parameters that are associated with that. We also currently have rows of data is 20. I probably want to up that a little bit larger because I really want all of my line items on there. Now if there's like tons of line items, we want to have certain limits, but I'm going to bump that up to say 50. That way we know for the average invoice, we're going to be showing all the line items that are associated with that. So now we've adjusted so we don't have that records per page down below. We also have a situation where we have enough to show what the user is interested in. We also want to modify the total records information. So if you'll go down a little bit farther, you'll see we get to the total records message text and position. Now if I look at the text, it's records. We could change that to invoice, but since we're hiding it, there's no need to modify that. So you can go ahead and close that. But if you select the next setting, which is Total Records Message Position, and click the drop-down box, you'll see one of the options is No Message, and we want to select that No Message. Now you will see that there are no messages that are going to be shown for there, so you're going to free up that space and make it look a little nicer. So let's go ahead and click Save, and we'll review the progress here by clicking Working Preview. So you'll see it's gotten rid of our header, so you immediately see the information here. I've scrolled down. Since I have no filter, it's going to go to 50, but you'll see it automatically sets this by increments of 50. So the beauty is when there's no records, you're just not going to see it, which is really handy. And it's cleaning it up, taking up less space. Now the final thing I want to do in this section is to adjust where we have multiple new rows. I only want one new row at a time. Again, compressing the overall situation. So I'm going to go back up to the top. Also wanted to note that you'll notice that our ID field is hidden. It's actually right here, but the user is not going to see that information. So let's make that final adjustment. Let's go into Design. Now, in our cases, when you're dealing with any of the updating aspects, inserting new records, etc., we won't be on the properties, we'll be on the update settings. And this dictates all of the different parameters in regards to how the user inserts, deletes, updates the information in the grid, including what permissions they have, what they can do with it. That's all handled within this section of the grid component. And again, this will only show, and I'll go back up here, if your grid is updatable, you will see this update settings here. If your grid is read-only, this update settings will not be shown. So let's go back to update settings. Let's look down here, number of new record rows. So I'm going to go ahead and change that from 3 to 1. And then I'm going to click Save. Now I'll go to Working Preview. And you'll notice if I scroll down to the bottom, we have only one item there. Our next step is to change the formatting for price and extension. And then also let's change product ID to make it a lookup so it's easy for people to look up information when they're entering invoices. So go back to design. Let's go to our fields section right here. This will display all of our fields in the grid, and go to price. At price, you'll see we have a set of settings right here. After we've selected price, select display format. And let's go ahead and click the ellipsis button next to that. And this will open up our display format. We've used this before on the UX, but we can use that same technique here. So let's click select predefined format and select the third item down and click OK. And you'll see that inserts our display format here. Down below, you'll see a test number, and that test number is actually showing you how it will look once this system is operational. So go ahead and click OK. Now that we've selected our display format, we can do the same thing for extension. In quantity, we're going to keep it to an integer value, so that will work fine. But let's go to extension. Now, I could go through that same process. In this case, it's pretty simple, but I'm going to use our technique we've used before. I'm going to go back to price. I'm going to select display format, and then I'm going to click this icon right here. And then I'm going to select extension. You'll see that this basically shows what the current formatting is on price, and I'm going to copy that particular value to this control here. So click set, and now when I go to extension, it's copied that property there. So let's go ahead and click save. And let's take a look at our working preview. So you'll notice now it immediately starts setting these prices to be displayed using a currency format. Now you'll notice that the default width of these fields is pretty high. So if anything, we've kind of got a broad extension. And depending on the format and the particular style you have used, that can vary. But I wanted to show you real quickly how we could adjust that. So I want to do two things. For invoice number, which we're going to leave in here for right now, I'm going to leave that alone, but I would like to make it centered here. So I'm going to go into design, make sure to select the invoice number. Then on the right-hand side, look down here till you get to the text box properties. Since this is a text box, we're actually going to use these values here to modify how the text is displayed within that text box. And if you'll notice, we have an inline style here called text-align right. So currently, the contents inside the text box are aligned to the right. In our case, we'd like to have it centered. So double click on this item here, or click the ellipsis button. Scroll down till you get to the text area, and make sure you're in the text area, and locate the alignment setting. And you'll notice it's currently right. If you click the drop-down arrow and click center, that will move it to the center point. And now click OK. That will adjust the text as it's displayed in the actual text box. So let's click save and double check to make sure that works correctly. So as you can see now, my content is displayed here. And depending on the type of content, it may make it easier to read, handle, modify, etc. Now, one other area I want to change is you'll notice this quantity field is fairly large. You don't need it that large for our situation. And if you had even more columns, then you may have a situation where you have to start making trade-offs of what is displayed to the user. So what we're going to do is modify this column here. So the first thing I want to do is go back into design and select quantity. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down here till we get to the column properties here. And what I want you to do is change quantity to QTY. So we'll have a much smaller header. This is the header at the top of the row. And click OK. Now what we'd like to do is then modify the width of this text box. Now this is the column properties, but we're going to scroll back up to the text box properties because that's what is displayed on the screen is this text box. And so you'll see we have a size and a maximum length. Size is actually the width of the actual text box, and you'll see it's a number of characters here. With max length, it's the maximum length of the text that can be entered into that. So let's just take this down to say 10 for the size. So we're not modifying the number of items, number of characters that can go in that text box, just the physical size of that. And click Save. And let's take a working preview. So you'll notice two things. One is our header is changed to quantity, and now we're taking up much less space in regards to the width of that column. So you could do that with extension and price and everything else to make it a lot cleaner and nicer. And again, you'll want to check this against the end display style you're using because the styles all have different parameters, meaning I'm in this current kind of blue style here, but if you use a more modern style, you may have to make adjustments. In our next step, we're going to focus on this product ID. Specifically, instead of requiring the person to memorize it, we're actually going to make it easy for them to select a product from our product table in this grid. To modify our product ID column, let's return to design. Select the product ID column, and we're going to use the lookup type. You could use like a drop-down box, but I find lookup is really effective for these kind of applications. Scroll down about halfway till you get to the lookup area. You'll see there's a heading lookup and the item lookup here. Go ahead and select that. And once you've selected that, it'll add some more parameters that we can select. First, we have our lookup type. Currently, it's set to grid component. And I'd like you to go ahead and change that to edit combo list. That mimics a dropdown. Very handy. Next, we need to define our lookup. We've told we want to use the lookup, but we need to actually tell it where to get the information from. So go ahead and click Lookup Definition. This will open up our Edit Combo Builder. Leave Alpha DAO set. That means we're going against our Alpha DAO connection string. It's asking us which connection string we need to use. So select connection string, either double click on it or select it from the button here. And select CONN. Click OK. Now that we've selected the connection string, we can now select the table. So go ahead and click the ellipsis button next to table name and select product. We're going to be looking in our product table for all the information we need. And click OK. The field to display is what the user will see. And you'll notice currently we're using the product number, so let's continue to use that. So we'll use product ID. That's that P021, etc. And click OK. Next, there is field to return. So this is actually what's going to be inserted back into the field. In our case, it's the same, product ID. So select from the drop-down and select product ID. So now the user will be able to see and select that product ID from the other table. Once you've set those two, make sure it's Alpha DAO, connection, CONN, product, product ID, and product ID. Click OK. You'll notice the lookup definition now is highlighted in bold. That means that has been modified. And click Save. Now let's go into Working Preview. And you'll notice now for our product ID column, we now have essentially a drop-down menu that's available. And you'll see that the drop-down menu shows a list of all the different products that are located in your product table. Now, one thing that's cool about this is that I can actually highlight this, and for instance, I can start typing in there. So I'll type in 1 and then maybe 1. And so for data entry, this is awesome because when someone's creating an invoice, they don't want to have to be constantly clicking a down arrow to get access to the information. They just want to type it in and go. And this is the best of both worlds because now I can then select an item from here or continue typing it and tab out of it to select it. Now, as you'll see, there is one downside. It shows us that product number, but we really don't know what the name of it is. Now, data entry people often memorize it, but we want to show them what those products are. And there's a nice feature to do that. So go ahead and go back into design. Make sure product ID is selected. And let's re-enter the lookup definition. So we do that by clicking the ellipsis button here, and it takes us back into our definition. And you'll notice that we have fields to return. Fields to display. Fields to return is what is actually inserted into the column. In that case, we only want it to be the product ID. But we can go to the fields to display and say, you know what, we want to show product ID, and I'm going to go ahead and give description. And click OK. Now I'll go in, save, go to working preview. Now it's still going to show the actual product ID there, but when we click the drop down, you'll notice now it's showing us both the ID and the description, which is very, very handy. So now they can see what that is. They can, oh, I'm looking for the Spencer basketball. That's P025. Again, experienced data entry people can know what the codes are because they have them memorized, but for new people, this is very handy. But you'll notice it's not very nice looking. So let's do a couple things. Let's add the price after it, just to show the price in there. And then also let's do a little formatting. So let's go into design, select product ID, and let's reopen the product lookup definition. So the first thing we want to do is return another field. So we have product ID and description. Let's go ahead and select that and select retail. So you'll see down below, here are my selected fields that are going to be returned, and click OK. So now we're going to display not only the number, but the description and the current retail price that's from the database. Now, as you saw before, it kind of mushed everything together. So let's go ahead and change that. There's actually an item down here called display template. And display template allows you to modify how it looks on the screen. So let's go ahead and go in here. You'll notice that we have sort of a free-form area here, and we have our items that we've selected are, in our case, the fields to display. So I'm going to select product ID. I'm going to put a colon, space, then description, space, dash, retail. So I'm building up a template. The template's going to replace the things in curly brackets with the information from the database, but it's also going to put in this fixed text of a colon, a space, a dash, and a space. And so you have complete and total flexibility on how you want to style this so it's most effective for your particular situation. And you're not limited to just 3. You could have many more fields. Go ahead and click OK. You'll notice this turns a highlighted bold so you know that you've modified it, and click OK. Let's save our grid. Go into working preview. And you'll notice now we have the product ID with a colon, the text, and dash the product price. You'll notice currently it's just showing a numeric value. So let's make a real last minute adjustment and put a $sign in front of that. So let's go back into design, select product ID, and go into lookup definition. Now we've got all the information we need. We're just going to modify the display template. So click to open up display template. And right here before retail, click in front of the curly bracket. And you can just put in a $sign there. So now we have another fixed piece of text. This is going to show up every time, and it's just a $sign. Click OK. Click OK. And we'll do a quick working preview. We'll show our product, and you'll notice now it looks much more readable. And you can apply any kind of HTML styling, so you might want to put the price in bold or italics or all those kind of things there. So there's a lot of flexibility in terms of that formatting. Now, what we want to be able to do is when a person selects a product, we want it to automatically update the price for us. So we don't want to have the person go, oh, okay, I've selected a product. Well, let me show you here. I'm going to select Good Sport Air Pump. Watch what happens. Well, the product ID changed, but the price didn't, the quantity and the extension didn't. So what we want to actually do is have the system automatically update and recalculate this as needed. And we'll do that in the next section. We're actually going to use one of the advanced features of the lookup to address this issue and handle this for us. So let's return to design. And with product ID selected, let's return to our lookup definition. And I'm going to go ahead and scroll this up a little bit. You'll see that there's a feature under optional properties. It's called fill in fields. If you select that, you'll notice it brings up essentially what's called a field map. So the items on the left are the actual fields on your grid, i.e. the columns on the grid. On the right is where we can select fields from the lookup table to be able to map into them. So for instance, I'm going to go ahead and click price, and I'm going to click map field. And you'll notice when I click map field, it opens up a selector, and it's showing us a list of fields that are in our lookup table. And what I'm looking for in our particular situation is called retail. That's the retail price that's currently in the lookup table. And you can click OK. So you'll notice now we've mapped price to the retail. So whatever is the current value of retail for the selected item when the selection occurs is going to be mapped into the price field in the grid. And you can do this for multiple items. So if you wanted to record like the current description, etc., very, very handy. So let's click OK. You'll notice you can see the nomenclature that the retail is going to be put into price. And let's click OK. Now that we've done that, let's go to working preview and give it a test. So I'm going to go ahead and modify our product ID here to say this basketball hoop. And you'll notice now the price has changed. I can do that again. And each time I select an item from my dropdown here or my lookup, it puts the current retail into this price here. So that handles the issue of them having to data entry this information. But you'll see we still have an issue. When I change one of these products, you'll notice the price changed, but the extension did not. And that's critical. We want to have the ability so if you change the price, then the extension. Or in fact, let me show you this. If I change the quantity, hit an 8 and hit enter, you'll notice that the extension did not change. So we need to modify that. So again, when we select a product, it does the lookup, updates this field, but we want the system to go ahead and do the calculation for us automatically. So let's go ahead and adjust that. Let's go into design. And what we want to do is if price or quantity changes, i.e., and if product ID forces that, we want the extension to be modified. So we click on the extension field. Now built into Alpha in grids is something called the calculated field expression. So on the right-hand side, if you don't see it, you can scroll down until you get to the client-side properties. And what's really nice about this is allows you to define an expression that will be triggered automatically for you. So that's the neat thing is once you've set this up, the system will address it for you. So let's go ahead and modify this calculated field expression to handle any changes to our grid. So to do so, double-click on Calculated Field Expression or click the ellipsis button. This will open up our Calculated Field Expression Builder. And you'll notice right here there's help on syntax rules. If you click that, it gives you a little background on how you can build your expressions and what is the best way to do it. Go ahead and close that. So what I want to do is my extension is price times quantity. So we want to have that in here. So let's go ahead and insert our first field, which is price. So I'm going to click here on Insert Field and click Price. And you'll notice, let me go back there, you'll notice that it knows that's a numeric field. Now I'm going to multiply that, and I'm going to put in a star to do multiplication. And then I'm going to go ahead and insert the field quantity, which is right here about 4 down. So now I've defined a calculated field that the extension is equal to price times quantity. And click OK. Let's go ahead and do working preview. And you'll notice immediately the system is starting to do these calculations for us. And in fact, if I go in here and change, watch as if I change the product ID to here, you'll see the price change and you'll see the extension automatically recalculate. Or if I change the quantity to say 9 and hit a tab, it automatically recalculates that for us. Now there are issues, and we'll talk about that in future trainings, where you may not want them to be recalculating the base items, only when you create new items or do edits. And we'll show how to do those kind of things in a future training. But for now, let's focus on making this work the way it is here. First, you can see that's not working for me in terms of the numeric. It's got too many zeros on the end. We want to round it off. So the formatting is off. And you'll also notice the price here is also showing not a $sign anymore. So we just need to adjust what's called the client-side formatting to address that issue. To do so, let's go back into Design, make sure Extension is selected, and over here on the client-side properties, we're going to modify the client-side formatting. Now you may remember earlier, and I want to be clear on this, we have a display format here. This is handled on the server. But because we're doing client-side calculations, we need to be able to client-side format it, meaning on the client, right there in the browser, do those adjustments. So that's why you'll see we need to adjust this here. So let's enable client-side formatting. When we do that, you'll see that we have a format type. We're not going to use mask. Mask is if you want to put a mask on there to when people are data entering. What we actually want to do is number. So from format type, select number. Now that we've done that, we can actually define our format. So let's go ahead and click the ellipsis button to open up the format definition. And this opens up our number format builder. So there's a whole bunch of options here, but what we care about is thousand separator. In case it goes over $1,000, it's going to have a nice little comma in there. We also want to round the value, and we're going to go ahead and click that, and we're going to round it to 2 decimal places. And then the last thing we want to do is we want to have a prefix in front of it that allows you to see it as a dollar value. Now I can type in the dollar, but you also see here, you can have and select country codes here, and there's a whole library of country codes. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel out of that, but I'm just going to put in a $sign. So again, what you want to make sure you have round value, round precision is 2, has a 1,000 separator, and the prefix is a $sign. And let's go ahead and click OK. So now we've set it up so there's a calculated field expression and the format definition. Let's save that. Let's go into working preview. And you'll notice now everything is nicely formatted. It has the $sign, and it's also limited to 2 decimal places. And now if we modify something, let's say for instance we take quantity to 9, you'll notice the moment I change that, you saw the price changed. Because what's going on is the system is automatically doing that calculation behind. And you'll notice I'm going to go back here, I'm going to change this quantity to 7, I'm going to tab, and you'll notice that it immediately, once you tab out, it reformats it so it looks nicely for the user. And if I go down here and change the product ID, say this, you'll see it automatically it inserted the price here and redid the calculations for us. So now we have more of a realistic data entry example for someone who's entering line items. And in fact, if I go down here to the bottom, you'll see I have my new number. I'm going to just do an experiment. This is actually the invoice number. We'll show how that's inserted a little bit later. but I'm going to go ahead and select a product here. You'll notice it automatically updated the price. I'm going to put in a quantity, and now it automatically does that. And then I could submit and save that into the database. I won't do that in this situation because I don't have a invoice header associated with it. We'll do that in the next section. So now we've cleaned up our line items, and now we're ready to reintegrate it back into our invoice UX. Now that we have our editable grid ready to go, we can go ahead and reintegrate it back into our invoice header UX. To do so, return to the invoice header _ UX by clicking the tab if it's still open. If it is not open, go to the Web Projects Control panel, find the invoice header _ UX, and double click on it. That will bring it up here. So before we had our read-only invoice items grid here, and we're going to go ahead and remove that and reestablish it. And that will kind of step us back through this process so we can really get the concept of linking set in. To do so, let's delete this embedded object by clicking the X here. That'll remove that embedded object. Then what I'd like you to do is go to Other Controls. By the way, make sure that the button Reset is selected. Under Other Controls, click Embedded Object. This will open up our Insert an Object into the UX Component dialog box. Then I'd like to select our new editable one, which is Customer Invoice Items Edit _ Grid, and click OK. So now we've inserted our new editable grid here. But we have to make sure that the grid is linked to the parent, and we'll go through that process again. So to do so, go over here to the link and click the ellipsis button. Now, since we're going to be doing a live link, we need to change the alias here, otherwise it won't work. So you can just copy that by clicking Control-C, highlight the alias, delete it, and either paste it or type in Customer Invoice Items Edit _ Grid. You can actually use any name for this alias, but I tend to use the same grid name just for consistency purposes. Now you have done the alias, click Link, and now we define the link between the parent and the child. So let's go ahead and select this. Let's add a field, and you'll notice that this on the left is what's inside your embedded grid, and that is invoice number. That's what we're looking for. That's the link between them. And then this is the field in the UX. So select invoice number. Now we'll link and only show items in this embedded object that are related via invoice number. Click OK. Verify that it looks all good, invoice number on both sides, and click OK. Now, once you've done that, we're good to go for the link and click OK. Now we have one last step. We have established the link, but we want to create what's called a live link, which means that Alpha will automatically take care of doing the filtering and other things for us. We don't have to actually issue any commands. So make sure that that is selected so you have live link is selected here. Once you're good to go there, let's click Save. And we can go right into Working Preview and check it out. And you'll see we have our invoice number 1 here. And down below, we only have items that are related to invoice number 1 shown. Now, a couple things I want to highlight here. We don't really need to have this column. And in fact, we're going to hide that because it's redundant for the user. But I did want to keep it here just to show you how it's filtering on this column. But more importantly, and this is super important, if you'll notice here, for any new record that's going to be inserted, it's going to enter in that invoice number. So the neat thing about this is that as you enter in new records for this invoice, i.e. new items, it will automatically make sure through the live link concept to be linked to that parent. So you don't have to worry about that. And again, we don't have to hide that. So we'll go ahead and hide that in the next few minutes. The other thing we want to look at is you'll notice here that we don't have any totaling, so it's kind of hard to tell. So let's go ahead and hide this and adjust those totals. So click Design. Now we could go right back here and start editing it here. But one of the handy things you can do if you have an embedded object is that all you have to do is double click on this embedded object and it'll open up that embedded object. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and close my editor here for this grid, I'm back to my customer, our invoice header under UX, and I'm going to double click here. And you'll notice that it opens up and shows me the editor for that. So that's kind of really handy, and I like that feature. So first, we want to take this invoice number. We do not want to remove it, otherwise it will break the linking capability. So what I'm going to do is move that to the bottom of our list here by clicking the double down arrows. And then on the right-hand side, I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to click the hide column. So now that's hidden from there. Then the other thing I want to do is put a total in here. So I'm going to click on extension here. That is the total. And I want to go down here and include a summary value called total. So again, what we did was we moved the invoice header down here and we selected the hide column. Then we selected extension, scrolled to the bottom, and enabled our total. And now I'll do a totaling. We do want to also update our display format so it displays it in a currency format. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So click the ellipsis button for total display format. Let's select a predefined format, and that's going to be our third one we've used before, so we're consistent. And click OK. And this will insert that formatting so it looks nice, and you can verify that by looking down here to the left corner. And click OK. Now we've updated our child grid. Let's go ahead and save that. And if we return to invoice header UX and do a working preview, it'll refresh and reload in that updated grid. And now you'll see our header, our invoice ID is gone. And you'll also notice here that it's putting a nice total. So as I update these items, it's going to add totals into it. And all the features and capabilities we've built into this grid so far, like the editing, work great. So now we have our dynamic editable invoice line items grid embedded with our parent grid, and things are looking really sharp. Now that we have the ability to view and edit invoice headers and items, we're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to focus on how we can then take all of this content and create a written or printed version of the data, specifically a report for an invoice, which includes the header and the line items associated with that. So we're going to move over into our reporting area, and we're going to go ahead and create a report that we can then link to our invoice headers to print at any time. So the first step is to go to the Web Projects Control Panel, click on Reports, and we're at the Reports section of Alpha Anywhere. Click New and select Create New Report from the drop-down menu. This will give us three options: SQL data source, custom data source, or transform. In our case, we're going to be reading the data directly from the database, so go ahead and click SQL data source. Now, what I would like to do is, instead of using a quick report, we're going to use what's called a blank freeform report. So highlight the second item in the method down below and click OK. The first thing it will ask us is, what is our data source for our report? So select CONN from the connection string name, and you'll see it gives you a confirmation dialog below showing you that information. And then click Next. In our case, we're going to use a view. So from the Tables View drop-down box, select Invoice Header Customers. This view combines the invoice header and the customer information, makes it easy for us to develop this report. So after you've selected Invoice Header Customers, click All Columns. In this case, we want to have all the different columns in there available for our report. Once you've done that, click Finish. This will bring up a dialog box asking us how many records we want to return. If you have a very large database, you'll probably want to set a certain limit. In our case, we have a smaller one, so we'll leave it to 0 so it'll collect and return all of the rows. And click OK. Once we've completed that, we're actually into our report design environment, and we're ready to start building our report. You'll notice that the report design environment is segmented into bands. So you'll notice up here we have report header, detail, and report footer. In our case, the report header is a one-time area that's at the very top of a report. So when a report is printed, it puts out this, and then at the very end, it puts out a footer. In our case, we're doing a page-oriented report, so we want to make a quick adjustment here. Do the following. Notice that there is a band here called report, and that's the top level of the overall bands. So highlight that, and you'll see it kind of changes color a little bit. And then after you've done that, right-click on it, and you'll notice after you right-click that we have options. You'll see that currently report header and footer are selected, and then we also have page header and page footer. In our case, we would like to have a page header, page footer versus the report header and report footer. So we're going to make a quick change on that. So the first thing I'd like you to do is select page header, and you'll notice when you do that, it creates a new band area that you can put content that will be at the top of a page. Go ahead and again right-click on this top level bar here called report and select page footer. And you'll notice it added a new band at the bottom for my footer information. Let's do two other quick adjustments because we don't want the report header in here. So let's go ahead and select that and remove report header and right-click on it and remove report footer. So after that, you'll only see two checks next to header and footer. And in this case, we now have this interface where we have a report page header at top, page footer at the bottom, and a detail in the middle. Let's go ahead and save our adjustments so far. And let's call this customer invoice. And there's no reason for an extension. Customer invoice is fine. And click Save. Now that we've saved our report, we can go ahead and take the next steps to add some fields into it and start displaying how we can format our report. First thing we'd like to do is go ahead and add some fields into our report. So the first step, let's expand this out a little bit here, make it a little larger. And then over on the right-hand side, you'll see a drag-drop list. And on here, you have a series of system fields. You have things called variables and calculated fields. And if we scroll down, you'll see SQL data source and all the fields that are currently in our view. So let's try. Let's go ahead and click invoice number right here and drag that over to the report in this detail area and then release to let it go. And you'll notice when it does that, it creates two things, a header called invoice number and then the actual value here. And you'll notice that they're grouped together, so I can kind of move them as a unit here. Now what I'd like you to do is go ahead and put it right there, and let's go ahead and take a look. And the way we preview this report is right here, clicking this little magnifying glass. And immediately you'll be able to see what the report looks like. Now we haven't set a filter on reports, so it's basically showing every one of our records in that view. And we'll address that a little later when we only want to print one invoice. And you'll also notice that we're not consuming the whole page because basically each of our segments is a certain amount of space based on the detail view. But we have a good start here. Now you'll notice the invoice number's here and the number itself is below it. So let's make that quick adjustment. Let's go to Exit Preview. Let's go ahead and click here. Now if I click once, you'll see I move everything as a unit. But if I click and click again, you'll notice that this area became kind of gray, but the invoice number part, which is the actual field value, is a darker color. Now I can independently move that wherever I want it to be, and in this case, I'm putting it right after this. You'll notice that my item here is still dark. If I click out of it and then click back in, it still maintains this as a unit together, which is very handy. But now I have a formatting where the invoice number is to the left and then the actual value is here. And to see that, you can click the button right there and you'll see now they're showing properly. And we'll do a little more formatting in a little bit. So let's go ahead and exit out of this. I want to go ahead and expand this down a little bit farther because we're going to need a fair amount of space here for all the details. Now what we're focusing on the invoice header. So let's go ahead and bring in some other information over on the left-hand side. Now I can do that individually one by one, or easier is doing it by group. So let's say I want to bring in the company, first name, last name, phone, fax information, sort of the contact data. So let's go ahead and you can either click one of these at a time, or you can shift click all the fields you want and drag them out as a unit. And you'll notice when I did that, it dragged them out and put them on the page with a label and the actual value too there. Now, if you make a mistake or you don't like that, you can go up here to Edit, Undo, and you'll see, even though it shows it here, puts it back here. Now, you'll notice that when I dragged them out, they were side by side. Up here, there's some options that you can select. So for instance, I'm going to select Controls Down. Now I'm going to do the same thing where I'm going to click and drag over these and drag them out. And you'll notice in this case that it actually does it more what we want, meaning it's more of what you would see in a report in terms of a vertical layout versus a horizontal. And as you can see, it saves us a lot of formatting, moving things around, because it's good to go. So I'm going to keep that sort of setting. And again, that was done right here. You'll notice this is horizontal and this is vertical. Now I'm going to take this whole group here and I'm going to put it right about here. Now what I'd like to do is actually have the company name top versus the first name, last name. So I'm going to click here and you'll notice that it selected both items. Once you've selected both items, let's go ahead and move that up till it's up here. And you'll see now my company is the first item there. You'll see we've left a gap here, so we need to close that gap, and we can do that merely by highlighting these items right here as a group and then dragging them up so that there. And you'll notice as I drag them up, you've got those little blue bars that pop out. Those are guides, so it's always going to try and snap to other items that helps you get your alignment correct without having to do a lot of extra work. Very, very handy. So now we have our invoice number up top. We have our company information here. Let's go ahead and save it, and let's do a preview. And you'll see we're starting to look a little nicer. We've got our invoice number up here and our company information here. Next, we're going to add in some of the shipping information, and then also more importantly, the address information is the next step. Let's continue adding fields to our report. To do so, click Exit Preview here. And what I'd like to do is add some of this other information here. So I'm going to use the same technique. I really don't need customer ID. And you'll notice as we add items, it shows what items are in the report with this little checkbox next to it. So let's go ahead and select and highlight invoice date through discount. And let's drag that out onto the invoice here. And you'll see, as it did before, with our vertical structure, our controls down, it groups them as a nice group. And I'm going to go ahead and move that up so that they are in line with our company information. So now we have a nice area here, which has sort of the delivery information. So let's click Save, and let's do a quick review. And you'll see you have your company information and your delivery information. And as you can see down here, each one of these items right here are essentially a different record in the database. Now let's make a couple changes. One is I dragged out the sales rep here, but I really don't want to show like a numeric value. So for this report, I'm going to go ahead and delete that. I would probably go into my view and add the link to that information in the future, but we'll do that for now. The other is you'll notice my invoice date here is got kind of an ugly date time, and then sales tax and discount are both numeric, but not formatted. So let's do some quick formatting. Let's go ahead and exit preview. First thing I'd like to do is get rid of sales rep. So I'm going to click on the sales rep, either the label or the value. And then I'm going to go to edit and select delete from the edit. And that will remove it there. If you do make a mistake again, if you go edit, undo, it'll undo that modification so you can redo it. Then I'm going to take these two items here. I'm going to click and drag to highlight them both. And then I'm going to move them up so it removes that space. Now that we've done sort of our formatting, let's look at cleaning up how they're actually presented. So let's click on invoice date. Now if I right click on that field, you'll see that the first item here is called properties. And I'll click properties. Now you'll notice it says object properties here with font, border, and alignment. And that's basically for both the label and the field itself, or the data. And actually I want to only address the data item itself. So let's go ahead and cancel out of here. And let's click once more on invoice date. When you do that, you'll notice that this is gray and then this is highlighted in a darker color. Now that you've done that, right click on invoice date and select properties. And you'll notice now we have a different set of properties, and this is handling the actual data. So it's telling us what the name of it is and what the field is in the database. We have some other elements here we can modify. But the one I want to look for here is format. So let's click on the second item here. And so you can see we have different formatting, whether it's left aligned, vertically, etc. So you can fine tune how it's positioned on the page. But what I'm looking for down here is the format style. And go ahead and click on that. And that opens up, similar to what we did in the UX, a set of pre-defaulted styles that are available for us to use. And I'm going to go ahead and just select like this one right here, December 31st, 2004. So what I'd like to do is actually display that instead of that kind of long time date stamp style with that format style. And click OK. Now if we save and do a quick preview, you'll notice that our date now looks a lot nicer. Let's go ahead and do the same thing with sales tax and discount. Let's go to Exit Preview by clicking on Exit Preview here. Click on sales tax, but remember we need to click a second time so that the sales tax value is selected. And right click on it and select Properties from the drop-down box. As before, we click on Format and we go to the Format Style. And I'm going to scroll down till I get to this percentage and select the percentage. And now we'll have a percentage value displayed there. And click OK. Now that sales tax is updated, let's go ahead and go to discount. So select discount. Select again to highlight just the discount field and right click on it and go to properties. Once the properties is up, go to format, format style, and select the percent item on the different styles. Confirm that it is a percent here and click OK. Now we click Save and let's do a preview. And you'll notice now our date looks good and our sales tax and discount. Now one last little adjustment. You'll notice we're saying INV date. So again, it uses the field name from the database. Let's go ahead and make a quick modification on that. So let's go to Exit Preview. Now go to Invoice Date and double click. I'll do that again. I went to Invoice Date and using my mouse on top of Invoice Date, I double clicked it and now it turned that into an editable text area. And I can just type date and then click out of it and it will take that new date. Since this is a field, we do that. If we double click on the invoice date portion, you'll see that the object doesn't have any event. So it's when you have buttons and other things on a report, that would trigger something there. So the important thing is to make sure where you're clicking on and double click only on the date portion to modify that. So let's go ahead and save that. We now have our header portion looking good, but we definitely want to still add the shipping information and format it nicely, which we'll do in the next section. Let's first add our shipping information in. So I'm going to scroll down over on the right-hand side till we see our shipping information here. And you'll see it's kind of distributed. There's some up here and there's some here. So I'm going to go ahead and select first these items here. And then once I've selected, I'm going to drag them out and drag them over here to the left. Then what I'm going to do is go ahead and grab this ship postal code. Let's see, go up a little bit. Next, I'm going to go ahead and grab these other fields here and bring them out. I'm now going to go ahead and select these two here and bring them out along with them. And then I'm going to fine tune it by moving it over a little bit here. Now to tighten this up, you'll see that we have city, region, postal, and country. No need to have those on every separate line. So let's go ahead and do some modifications. So the first thing I'm going to do is click and then click a second time on city so that the city is highlighted. I'm going to go to edit and delete that. I'm going to do the same thing for region. So I'm going to click that and click delete from the edit drop-down box. And last but not least, I'm going to do the same thing for postal code by clicking on it and clicking on it again and clicking delete. So now we have city, state, and region. Next, I'm going to format these a little bit. So take city, scoot it in a little bit there. Then you can take your region, move that after the city, and as the other, scoot it in. And the way I scooted in was kind of click that little left or right hand button, which you'll see turns into kind of a just size and allow you to do that. And I'm going to do the last four postal code here. So now I've put my city, region, and postal code there. And my country I'm going to leave alone. I'm just going to go ahead and move that up so that it's up right over, and I'll fine tune it there. So that looks a little nicer there. Now you'll notice that it's kind of wide here. So I'm going to kind of shorten things up even more because I want to be able to have the shipping information on the left and on the right. So I'm going to click here and I'm going to click twice. And I'm going to use this to kind of shorten up my address area here. Going to do the same thing. I'm going to click ship address, click again, and over here. And this is looking pretty good. I'm going to tighten it up a little bit here. And you can fine tune it. The idea is we want to just make it so it takes up less space on the screen. And then what I'm going to do is highlight all of these items together by using a drag method to move them over here to the left. Pretty good. Maybe we can make postal a little bit smaller. Not good. There, now we have enough space for our shipping information. So I'm going to click and highlight our billing fields here. And I'm going to drag them over here. I'm going to actually drag them down here because I want to do some cleanup before putting them into the final position. And so I select them there. So first thing I need to do is let's go ahead and get rid of the city, region, and code like we did here. And the way I can do that is click once, twice, and delete it. Select Bill, State, Region. Click it a second time and delete it. And then last on the postal code, click twice to select that and delete it. And again, if you happen to accidentally delete the wrong thing, you can always do undo here. I'm going to go ahead and make my city lower or shorter. Move my region up here. And I'll go ahead and make that also shorter, and then postal code and shorten that up a little bit there. So basically I've moved my bill, city, state, and postal, so it's on the same line. I'm going to select this bill country, move it up and over a little bit. And last but not least, I'm going to take my bill address here and shorten that. So it matches up here and here. Okay, so now I have a nice tight representation. Once I've done that, I'm going to go ahead and highlight everything and drag it into position. Now you'll notice that I'm actually a little too wide here. So in that case, instead of going through and adjusting everything, I'm just going to highlight all of these elements here and drag it over enough so it shows. So you can kind of play with it. And again, as you can see, it's pixel perfect, so you can adjust it to your heart's desire. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and save it and do a view. So click the Save button up here and do a preview. And you'll notice now things are looking pretty good. But visually, it's kind of bland. It's all kind of structured as just a bunch of fields. So let's add a little bit of visual element to it. So click Exit Preview. And on the right-hand side, you'll notice below our field list here are a number of different items in the toolbox. Alpha actually provides a lot of really nice built-in formatting features and controls. The reporting is very, very rich. So you'll notice this one towards the bottom called Frame. So I'm going to click once to select Frame, and you'll see it kind of depresses the highlighting here. And now if I go over to the right, you'll notice that my pointer has become sort of like a plus sign with a little box around it. So I'm going to go ahead and click around my shipping information. Once I've selected that and released it, it brings up a frame genie, and I'm going to go shipping and just type in the word shipping into the frame heading and click OK. And you'll notice now we have a frame around our shipping information. You'll notice the shipping here is kind of like occluding the ship address. So I'm going to click here, and you'll notice it highlighted my frame, and then I can use these adjustments to move it up a little bit to make it look a little nicer there. So let's do the same thing for billing. Go to the right, select frame, come back over here. This will create our little pointer. Select and highlight that. And you'll notice you can kind of line it up with the item on the left. And release. When you release, it'll ask you for the heading, and we'll go ahead and put in billing and click OK. Let's save that, and let's do a preview. And you'll notice now we have a little nicer structure. It's looking more like an official invoice you would see with segmenting and organization by using these visual cues. Let's put a company name here. To do so, go over back to our toolbox and select text, and you'll see that's highlighted. Then go back over here, and you'll notice it's turned into an A with sort of a little plus button. And then click and drag where you would like the text to be, in our case up here in the left-hand corner. And then type the word Alpha Sports. And then you can click out of it. So you'll notice it put it in here. And you can see the formatting is currently structured not exactly what we like. So you can right-click on here to Properties and adjust it here, but there's another method. Click Cancel. I'm going to click this little toggle toolbar. And in this case, this is our text toolbar. So this allows us to adjust everything about that through a series of clicks. You could, of course, click Properties, but this is a little shorter and faster. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to left align our text, and then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to increase the size of it by using this drop down here. Now note, when I did this, mine opened up here, but when you click there, it might open up elsewhere. And what you can do is you'll notice there's like a little bar here. You can click and drag that to wherever you want it to be, or dock it wherever you would like it to be. You can also apply styling, so I'm going to go ahead and put in a bold so it's nice and bold. So you can do quick things. And also, you can add different fonts here, but be wary. You have to make sure that the fonts you add to this report are available not only on your local machine, but on the server that you will be running this report from. Let's add a couple other little items. You'll notice we have our page footer down here. And let's add some page number and date for this report. So up here on the right-hand corner, you'll see in our drag drop list, we have a series of pre-made system components. So I'm going to click date and drag it down into my page footer area, right about here. And you'll notice that it puts in date with then the date value after it. Much like we did with our fields here, it's very similar to there. And let's also do a page number. So actually what I'd like to do is page X of Y. Click and drag that down into your page footer. And we can go right here and drag it over a little bit so there's a little more space. And you'll see we now have page X of Y, which is the value. Let's click Save. And let's take a look. And you'll notice now we have our header up top, Alpha Sports. And if I scroll down a little bit farther, you'll see at the bottom of our page, we have the date and the page X of Y. You'll notice that we're showing multiple records on the page here. And when we get to the point where we filter this, that won't be an issue. But I do want this date and page X of Y to be at the bottom of this area here. So therefore, it's always aligned to the very bottom and I don't have this white space. So I'll go ahead and exit preview. And now I can go down here to my page footer area, and with page footer for reports selected, right click on that and then select properties and click on region. And once you've selected region, you'll see there's a setting called justify to bottom of page, and click that. And what that will do is it will take these fields and make sure they're justified all the way to the very bottom of the page, which is where you want them visually to be seen. Click OK. Now let's click Save. And we're ready to go ahead and start working on embedding our grid into our header. So we're going to use the same methodology that we used. Now that we have our invoice header formatted correctly, we're ready to actually include a set of invoice line items per invoice. And to do so, we're going to use a built-in functionality called a sub-report. So in order to do that, we need to create our sub-report. So let's go back to the Web Projects Control Panel by clicking here. Make sure you have Reports selected on the left, and let's click New. When you do that, a drop-down will appear, and select Create New Report. This will open up our New Report dialog box. I'd like you to select the SQL data source and Use Quick Report, and click OK. This will open up our data source. Let's go ahead and select from the connection string name CONN and click Next. Now we can select which table we want to bring the data in from. In our case, what we'd like to use is the invoice items. So go ahead and select invoice items from the tables view dropdown. And this will show us our fields in the invoice items. And go ahead and click the All Columns to select all columns. And in fact, if you would like to see what data is returned, you can click right here, the Preview Data, and this will open up a quick preview of all the data that's going to be returned that will be used by this report. Click Close, and now click Finish. This will open up our design time properties that asks us how many records we want to retrieve. In our case, we'll go ahead and just keep 0 because we want all the line items, and click OK. Now we're in our Quick Report Genie. We can now start selecting the fields we would like to add to our report. So let's go ahead and do so. First, we don't need ID because the user really doesn't need to see the unique ID for each line item. So let's go ahead and select invoice number, product ID, price, quantity, and extension. So this brings over those 4 fields. Again, we're ignoring ID here. In case you brought ID over, you can use the left arrow here to, after selecting it, to remove it and put it here. Let's go ahead and save this report now that we have the basic structure. So click Save and call it Invoice Line Items and click Save. Now that we've saved our report, let's do a quick preview to check it out. Click Preview, and you can use the zoom icon to zoom in, and you'll see we have our invoice number, product ID, price, quantity, and extension. So we have our basic data in there, but let's do some formatting to look at a little sharper. For instance, I like price and extension to both format so it shows currency. So let's click Columns. Let's select Price first. Once you've selected price on the right-hand side, look for the field property called Format Expression. Then click that to open that up. This will open up our display format selector, and in fact we can use a predefined format here by clicking here and selecting the third item down, and this will show us in US currency. And click OK. You can verify that this is correct by checking out the test data here and how it's formatted down here. So click OK. We can preview this to double check it. Click Preview and then click the zoom icon and the formatting looks correct. So let's apply the same formatting to our extension so that both are formatted as currency. Click Columns, select Extension, and then let's use the format expression by clicking the ellipsis button here. That'll open up our display format. Click Select Predefined Format and select that format there. And click OK. Once you've done that, you can click OK once again. So now that we've formatted our price and extension, let's also do one other quick thing. I'm going to go back to preview real quick just to show you. Is that you'll notice our quantity here is left aligned. And to make it more readable, I'd like it to be center aligned. So let's go back to columns. Let's select quantity from the selected fields here. So make sure that's highlighted. And on the right-hand side, you will see there's a field property called justification. And you can click that to modify it to a different justification. In our case, we want to center that. And if we preview it, we'll see that it now looks sharp. We're coming together. Now, there's one other nice feature I'd like to do, is that when we're displaying this on the report, I want to show a total of the extension so the user can see the total of the line items when they're actually reviewing an invoice. And to do that, we can actually use that a feature right in this report. So let's go back to columns and select extension because we want to do the totaling on the extension. And on the right-hand side in the field properties, you'll notice we have the summaries. And the first summary is total. So what I'd like you to do is select total to enable it. Let's go ahead and preview that, and this will run our report. And you'll notice I don't see the total here because it's a report total. And if I actually hit over here, this is my navigation buttons, this go to last page, you'll then see at the bottom of the report here, that's where that total shows up. And it shows the total for all the items that are in this report. And since we'll be filtering it for an invoice, we'll be able to show the total for a specific invoice. One last adjustment is you'll notice that our report total here is called report total. And maybe we want to call that line item totals. So let's go ahead and modify that. This is the default text that's shown. So let's go back to columns. Once you're back at columns, select extension. And then in the properties, you'll notice the last property here is called summary labels. And let's go ahead and double click or click this to edit that, and this brings up our labels. We only have one. If you had multiple, you would see multiple here. This one's selected, so you'll see here is our label. So why don't we go line item total. So line items total. And then click OK. Let's go ahead and go back to preview. Once you're on the preview, let's go ahead and go to the last page by using the go to last page. And let's zoom in to see that now it's line items total. Now that we've finished our report here, let's go ahead and go to columns and let's click save. Let's make sure we've saved our report and it's ready to go. Now we're ready to integrate that into our invoice report. Now to add this into our invoice report, let's return back to the customer invoice report. Click here if it's open. If not, you can go back to your web projects control panel and open it there. So let's go to customer invoice. This is the area we would like to put our report in. So on the right hand side, I'd like you to scroll down in the toolbox section till you see linked report. And notice there's sub report and linked report. We're looking for linked report. So go ahead and click that once. Once you've clicked and highlighted the linked report, come over here and you'll notice you have, it looks like a little table with a little chain. And so we want to link these by clicking and dragging where you want that linked report to be presented. Once you've clicked and dragged your area, release, and this will open up our edit linked report content. So the first thing we need to do is click Select Report. So we're going to select the report we want to link here. And in our case, we're looking for invoice line items. And click OK. So now you should see invoice line items, project report. So we've told it what report we want to embed, but now we need to tell it, much like we did with the UX, how do we want to link the data in that report? And to do so, we're going to use the link expression. It's halfway down the screen here. So let's go ahead and define the link. Click Define Link. This will open up our define linked field values. And what we want to do is click the Add field here. And this will open up our link field mapping. So this left side is asking what is the field in the target report. And so we're looking for invoice number. And you'll notice the moment we selected invoice number, because that's the target of how we're going to link, it immediately filled in invoice number here. Because these are all the different fields that are inside my report, the parent report. And the linking value will be invoice number between the two of them. Once you've specified invoice number on the left and confirm that invoice number in curly brackets on the right is there, click OK. And you'll notice how we have a link field mapping set. Some reports and relationships are more complicated. You might have 2 or 3 different ones. It depends on your particular situation. So let's go ahead and click OK. So now we've defined our source report and our link expression, and now we can click OK. And you'll notice that it brought in a view of our other reports. So you can see it has the invoice number, product ID, price, etc., along with our totaling. So before we do anything, let's go ahead and click this Save button up here, and that will save our report. And let's go ahead and do a view. So you'll now notice that we're showing in here, we have Alpha Sports, we have the header section here, and then down below we have our line items. And you'll notice that these are only the line items that are related to our invoice number 1. Then I can scroll down a little bit here. Let's go to the second one. And you'll see here's the invoice number and the line items here. So by doing the link with the linked report and specifying that, it's going to automatically filter based on what the parent record is at. So our report's looking good. So the next thing we want to do is add one more piece of flair to our report. So our report is a little bit bland, but we want to go ahead and add a little flair. So let's go ahead and click Exit Preview. When we're back at the report editor, let's go ahead and take Alpha Sports here and move it over. So I'm just moving that over a little bit here. And what I'm going to also do is kind of expand my header so I add a little bit more space. And I did that by clicking on this line right here, and you can drag it up and down. Now over on the right hand side, go ahead and go to your toolbox. Select bitmap and make sure it's highlighted here. And then once you've selected bitmap, come up over here to this area here. And click and drag to designate where you'd like this image to be located. Now once you release, you'll see no bitmap specified. So right click on that area here and go to Properties. This will open up our bitmap properties. You'll see down below we have Load Bitmap From. In our case, we're going to actually embed this in the report, because that way if we move the report around, we don't have to worry about a separate file being available. So click Embedded, and then click the button Change Image. Now, depending on where you put our project, we're going to actually load it from our project files. So what I'd like you to do is first select PNG, and then what I'd like you to do is navigate to where your project files are. So in my case, my project files are under Documents, Alpha Anywhere V12, Alpha102, Alpha102 Web Projects, and then Default Web Project. And that may be a little different on your system. And then you'll see here we have Alpha Sports logo. And be sure that you've selected PNG because it's PNG format. And click Open. Now we've told it we're going to embed that, but we also want to tell it how to display it. So you'll notice display mode. Absolute means it will just put the image out at the size it is, but this image is a little large. So what I'd like you to use is best fit, because what that will do is it will fit it inside of this box. And you can see after I do best fit, you can actually see our logo right here. Once you have selected best fit and you've changed the image and everything looks good, click OK. And now you'll notice our image is being displayed in the header right here. So I'm going to go ahead and move this over just a little bit right here. And that may be redundant, up to you. So let's look at it when it runs. Let's click Save, and that will save it to our hard drive. And click Preview to preview the report. So now you'll notice when we see our preview of our report, we have a logo that's embedded in there. Might make that a little larger. So it's looking much more like an official invoice. Now that we've created our invoice report and integrated our line items, we're now ready to actually reconnect it back into our grid. So within our grid, we can launch our report. So let's go ahead and do that now. To do that, click Web Projects Control Panel, go to Web Components, and in our case, what we're going to be doing is adding a button to our customer invoice header to display that report. So let's go ahead and go into Customer Invoice Header by double-clicking on it. And this will bring us into our editor for our grid. Now, click on Sales Rep. This is the final field, and it's actually hidden, but go ahead and select it there. Then on the left-hand side, click Insert. In our case, we're going to insert an image. We could use a button, a hyperlink, but in my case, I want to use image. So click Image and click OK. This will now add a new image to our grid. The first thing we need to do is specify what our image is going to be. So let's go ahead and click Image Definition and open that up. And we're going to go ahead and use server side, and let's click Add Condition. And this opens up our condition. Now the reason this set this up is because with an image, which is kind of nice, you can have multiple conditions, so the image can change depending on the nature of what's in the grid itself. But in our case, we want a fixed image, so we're going to type 1 = 1. That means it will always evaluate this to true. Now that we've done that, we can click our image name here by clicking Select. So the idea is if it's 1 = 1, it's going to select this image and display it, and that's always going to be the image the person sees. So click Select. We're going to use a built-in image and go ahead and click the button next to built-in image. This will open up our selector and just type the word print. And this opens up our traditional printer kind of icons. And we can select there. Notice we can use many types of different images, so you're not limited to these, but we're going to use this for simplicity. So click the first print image and click Insert. And you see a little image of it to the right. And click OK. So now when it's 1 = 1, it's going to show that built-in image, and that's what we'd like. So go ahead and click OK once again. We're not going to add any other conditions because we only want this condition to be shown. And click OK. So now we've specified the image we're going to show on the grid, and I like images because it really preserves a lot of screen real estate. We now can define the actual action to open up that report. And to do so, we're going to use Action JavaScript. And in particular, if you go over the right-hand side, you'll see a JavaScript area and the on-click. So let's go ahead and click there to open that up. This will open up our Action JavaScript builder. Click Add New Action and type the word Report. And as you can see, there's a great one in here called Open a Report, Label, or Letter Layout. So go ahead and click OK. This will open up our Action JavaScript Open a Report, Label, or Letter Layout. And this is where we can define what should be open. So in our case, what we want is to select our invoice report. So let's go ahead and click Report Name, click that button here, and then Report, Select, and this will bring up our selection of different reports that are available. And the one we would like is our second one, which is called Customer Invoice. So that's the top level one, not the invoice line items. And click OK. Now, It's asking us, I'm going to open this report. Would you like me to filter that report? And the answer is absolutely. The idea behind this is we want to only show the invoice that's related to that invoice header. We don't want to show all the invoices. So right here, what we can do is build a SQL filter that will open this report and pass in that filter so it just shows what we'd like. So let's go ahead and click Build. This opens up our Specify filter. In our case, what we want is customer is invoice number. So these are the fields that are actually in the report. And I'm going to select invoice number and then click this little arrow here to move it over here. And then I'm going to use the keys here to say equals. And then here I can insert a field on the current component, meaning the current grid. And in that case, I'm going to select invoice number. So this is again what's in my target report. And when you click here, it puts in what is in my current grid. And in our case, it's invoice number. So now it's going to match whatever is currently selected on the grid, whatever that row is, it's going to match that and only print the report with the data from that particular invoice number. So confirm that invoice number is equal to invoice number. Well, one quick note, this is a numeric and this is a SQL statement. So if you were matching it on, say, a character, you'd have to put single quotes behind each of these sides. But in our case, it's a numeric, so it's going to work out great. Click OK. We've selected what report we want. We've selected the filter we would like to do, and let's click OK again. Now that we've done that, we have our report or SQL filter. We can tell it where we'd like to open it up. And in our case, we're going to leave it defaulted to be a pop-up window, modal pop-up. And we'll show a little later how you can use the tabbed UI to do some really interesting things with this. But let's leave this defaulted. So click OK. This will ask us a comment, and we would like to put one in here. And I'll go Open Invoice Report. And click OK. So now we've defined our click event and what's going to happen there. We can click Save. You'll notice now the on-click event has some highlighting to show you that's been defined. Let's go ahead and save our grid here. And let's do a working preview. This will render our grid. You'll notice now we have a new column, and that column is an image, and you'll notice that's the image for each one of them is a little printer. And if I click on an image, let's say for invoice number 2, this will run and generate our PDF report. And you'll see it's opened up our invoice UX, our invoice header report. It's only showing invoice number 2. So I can actually scroll down and you'll see we're just page 1 of 1. The current date's down there. And we're only showing the data. And so it shows the invoice header there, and then by default it also includes our ship information or our item information here. So let's go ahead and close that. And let's test it on, say, number 8 here. I'm going to go ahead and do that again. I'm going to click the printer button for line number 8. And you'll see that it's opened up our invoice number 8, and it's only showing the invoice items that are associated with that number 8 invoice. Once I've linked this to the grid, if I make any changes to these reports, then they will show up with the new report formatting. So it allows me to kind of break down my project into different pieces and link them together very flexibly and allow me to do maintenance very easily. In this case, we've created an individual invoice report, but we may have scenarios where we want to see multiple invoices across our different customers. Let's build that report now. I'm going to exit out of my preview here, and I'm going to go back to my Web Projects control panel. When I'm on my Web Projects control panel, I want to make sure I've selected Reports and then click New. And let's create a new report. In this case, we're going to use our SQL data source, and we're going to use our quick report once again. Click OK to proceed. This is asking us which data source we want to use, and we will use our CONN data source, so select that from the connection string name and click Next. The table, or in this case view we're looking for, is called customer underscore invoice underscore header underscore items. This is basically a view that ties all the different items together into a single view. And click OK. In this case, I would like all customers, or rather all columns. So click all columns and click Finish. This asks how many records I want to retrieve, and there's not too many in the database, so I'm going to go ahead and click OK here. So here are our different fields that are showing for our item. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to include everything but customer ID. So I'm going to select customer name through invoice extension and go ahead and add that to my report. And I'm going to do a preview. So as you can see, and I'll expand it here, we have all the data we need to do our report. But as you can see, it's a very large kind of multi-row scenario. And I want to start using the built-in grouping and other capabilities to improve this. So the first thing I'd like to do is group this by invoice number. So let's go back into columns, click groups, and let's go ahead and click invoice number here. So I want to group them by invoice number. So go ahead and select that and use the right arrow to move that over into our selected fields. And let's do a preview. And I'll go ahead and expand that. So you'll notice now that for each invoice, it groups the line items that are associated with it there. So as you can see, we have invoice number 1, 2, 3, etc. with the associated groups there. But I may also want to group things by customer. And that's one of the nice features is you can do multi-level grouping. So let's go ahead and add that in here. Let's go to groups and let's add the customer company name into it here. And important, this is the order of grouping. So I want to actually group it by customer first, then invoice number. So I'm going to select customer company and move that up. Now that I've done that, I will click a preview. And I'll go ahead and scroll in here. And you can see now it groups it first by customer and then by invoice. You'll see these customers only have one invoice, but let me scroll down. Here we are, Eurotech. You'll see Eurotech here, and then you'll have invoice 7 and invoice 20 with their associated items here. One other quick change I'd like to make is that this 7 is really not obvious what it is. So let's go ahead and modify it so that when we display this grouping, we display the information associated with what it is. So let's go to groups and let's click invoice number. Now you'll notice we have our group invoice number and it's pointing at that field, and our display expression on the right hand side is just the actual value. So let's go ahead and modify that. I'm going to click on that, and this brings up the Alpha expression builder. And this is where there's a lot of help in here you can access, but what we're going to do is click in front of invoice, and I'm going to type in quotes invoice number colon close quote and plus. So again, I have invoice number colon space in quotes plus then the invoice number. The idea here is I'm creating an expression. In this case, I'm concatenating this text here with this number to provide the output, and click OK. So let's go ahead and do a preview, and I'll expand it, and now you can start seeing where you have Astro Expire, the actual company name, and then invoice number 13. So it's becoming much more obvious. Now we can do some other cleanup items in this in our next step. Now you'll notice in our report that we're starting to do the grouping here. So it's really not necessary for us to have the information in the detail. So in fact, customer company and invoice is redundant in here. So let's go ahead and remove those. Let's go into columns, and I'm going to go here to customer company, select that, and click the left caret to remove that. And then I'm going to do the same thing with invoice number to the left. Now I can go into my preview and click Preview and expand it, and you can see that's not here anymore. And that's very helpful because there's no reason to show that information in the detail. We really only care about the line items. So we really only care about having our line item information here. So let's go ahead and clean that up. So we're basically going to show the company, the invoice number, and the line items. So let's go back to columns. And we can just remove these out of here. So I'm going to take, for instance, the salesperson information. I'm going to click and highlight those, move it over. And I'm going to take this invoice date information, date, deliver by, method, and move it over here. So now all I'm showing is really my invoice line items, but my groups are still available and still in the report. So let's go ahead and click Save. And again, make sure that you have invoice, item, extension, product ID, price, and quantity there. Click Save, and let's save this as Invoices by Customer. Give it something clear to understand. So we're doing Invoices by Customer, and click Save. Now we can do a preview, and I'll go in here. Now we're starting to see the company, the invoice information, and then our items here. So let's kind of clean this up a little bit more. Two things. One is you'll notice the order is off. We really want this invoice extension to be at the end. The other is that there's no formatting on the numbers themselves. So let's add that formatting in. Let's go into columns. Let's go to extension. First thing I'm going to do is select invoice extension and use this double caret to bring it down to the bottom. Now I'm going to click on price, and on the price I'm going to go ahead and modify my format expression. Click that, select my predefined format, and select there and click OK. And this will put in our format. We can do the same thing for the extension. So I'll click on invoice item extension, click format expression, select our predefined format, and I'm selecting the third item down, which is my currency, and click OK. And click OK again. We can do a preview and expand it. Now it's starting to look a lot nicer. We have the product number, the price looks good, and also the extension looks good. But you'll notice it's using the column titles from our database view. So let's modify that along with changing our quantity to be center aligned. Let's go back into columns. Let's first adjust our titles. So we're here, and you can see over in the field properties, the label is currently invoice item product ID. So I'm just going to edit that. I'm going to get rid of the invoice item, and I'm going to make the product ID look a little nicer. So this is the actual label that will be above that column. So again, that's product underscore ID. Going to do the same thing for price. In my case, I'm just going to select price and remove all the information in front of it. So it's simple price here. Let's do the same thing with quantity. Basically just getting rid of the column beginning name. Then we have quantity and then extension. Okay, so now your product ID, price, quantity should be cleaned up with those proper columns there. Now, as I mentioned, my quantity here is currently aligned to the side, and we want to modify that. So click on invoice item quantity, click on justification, and click center. So that will center it within my column. Let's click save, and we can check the progress of our report here. And you'll see that we have invoice information. Then now our line items are starting to look a little nicer there. You can see we don't have any current totals on our report. We want to make sure we have an understanding what the total is for each report. So let's go to columns. Let us select on extension, and over on the right hand side you'll see we have summaries, and the summary I'd like would be total. So now, once I've selected invoice item extension, total, let's look at the preview. And you'll see that the system actually puts totals. It puts one for the total for this specific invoice, and another for all of the invoices, which is very handy. So I'll actually scroll down a little bit here, and I'll find our, here we go, our Eagle Snacks. You'll notice we have invoice number 5, and then it puts out our invoice total, 306.90. And then for invoice number 12, it shows us 22, and then it shows us for the total customer is 329. So that's automatically doing it not only at the invoice level, but then at the second grouping level, which is the customer grouping level. Let's go ahead and change these titles because I don't like invoice number total. That's really line item total and then customer total. So let's go back to columns. Let's make sure we have invoice item extension selected. And then down below, you'll see there is a labels property. Let's open that up. And now you'll see it actually gives us 3 report summary labels. One at the report level, one at the customer level, and one at the invoice level. And each one of those has a different label. So let's modify this one. So we'll go line item total. That is going to be for the invoice level. For the company level, I'm going to click on there. Instead of saying customer, I'll say customer invoice total. And you'll notice it's being reflected up here. And then at the report level, I'm going to change that from report total to all invoices total. So we have line item total at the invoice level, customer invoice total, and report level. And each one has a different term, much more appropriate for what we're displaying. And click OK. Let's save our report, and let's do a preview. I'm going to scroll up to the top, and now you'll see we have our line item total and our customer invoice total. And if we go to our last page, you'll see we have our all invoices total at that point in time. So the totaling is very flexible. You're not limited to a single column. I could actually go in and add other columns of information and of totaling and things along. Actually, let me show you here. You know, we can do things like if I go to extension, we can do like the average, the count, the minimum, maximum. So there's a lot of flexibilities in terms of what we do with our summaries. Let's make a final few adjustments to really make our report shine. First, let me go ahead and show you the preview. Currently, we're using a vertical representation. I'd like to modify that. So I'm going to go back to report settings, and I'm going to go down here to the bottom. In here, we can determine and set overall report settings. So first, what I'd like to do is change it from a portrait to a landscape orientation. I'm also going to go ahead and include a date at the bottom of the report and a page number, including the page 1 of N. So click date, page number, page 1 of N, and landscape orientation. Let's go ahead and save that, and let's do a preview. So as you can see now, everything is on a horizontal level or landscape, so it lays out a little nicer, especially for financial type reports. If I scroll down towards the bottom, you'll see that it puts the page number, including the number 1 of 6, so 2 of 6, etc., and the current date that's associated with it. The other is this report format's kind of boring, so let's look at the style of this report. Let's go to Style, and you can see there are built-in styles. And you can actually include your own styles if you so prefer. But I'm going to go ahead and click Section Borders, and you'll notice that they add some borders around it to kind of make it look a little nicer. And in fact, what I'd like to do is color the alternative rows, so therefore when it makes it more readable, and I'm going to do rounded corners. And I've been using basically an olive kind of color previously, so let's stick to that. So again, we went to Style, Section Borders, and then modify color, alternating rows, rounded colors, and olive. Save your report, and let's do a preview. You'll notice when we preview, and I'll expand this, it's much more readable. First and foremost, it's kind of put some spaces between things, and it's also encapsulated each of the invoices and invoice line items as a separate border. And in fact, let me go ahead and scroll down here, And you'll notice in this case, it's much more easy to see that this is invoice number 5 and number 12 here. Now let's make one last adjustment. Let's go back to preview. I'll go to the top of our report. So you'll see there's really no header on there. So let's go ahead and add a header area that makes this look really sharp. So I'm going to go back to report settings. That's where we're handling all the top level report items. I'm going to go ahead and scroll up, make sure I'm up top. And you notice here we have title. So I'll go invoices by customers. Again, on the report settings tab, I selected title and then invoices by customers. Then I'm going to go down here and you'll notice that there is a logo. So I'm going to go ahead and add our logo onto this report. So go ahead and click the drop down button. And in our case, let's go ahead and put that on the left. And once you put it on the left, it's going to then ask you for the logo bitmap. Go ahead and click the ellipsis button on that. And again, we're going to use, like we did with our previous report, an image in the web project. So go ahead and click select, and you'll see that there is our Alpha Sports logo. Now, I would like this to be a certain size. You can see it's actually pretty large because it expands that big size there. So I'm going to actually put in here, let's say the height we want to be 80 pixels tall. And that way it will auto size the width based on the height. And then click OK. So now that we've specified our image and our size, we can click OK. And now we have our logo added to our report along with a title. Let's click Save, and let's do a preview. And so I'll scroll down and show you the details. And as you can see now, we have our logo embedded in our report, and we have our title in our report. You can always modify that. You can move that logo position. You can change the font and size of the title, but it starts to look a little bit nicer, especially when you print it. And if you want to, you can click this button right here and save it immediately to a PDF to see what it would look like on your disk as a exported PDF. Now that we've added all this content into our system, it's time to start tying it together. And the way we're going to do that is through the tabbed UI. Let's go back to Web Projects Control Panel. Click on Web Components, and you'll notice we have a component called main_tabbed UI. Let's go ahead and reopen that. And that'll open it up in our editor. Let's go ahead and click on Tabbed UI Controls, and you'll see we have our initial controls. We have our new report, so let's go ahead and first add that new report. Let's click here and click on the left, Report. This will open up a browser showing us the current reports that are in our system, and the one I would like to select is Invoices by Customer. Now when I selected that, you'll notice the button and pane labels use the default term. So let's change those. Let's change this to Invoices by Customer, and also for the pane label, let's do Invoices by Customer. And click OK. So now we've added our new button in there. Let's go ahead and save this and do a preview. Now, since we're running reports and they'll be showing as PDFs, let's go ahead and do what's called a live preview. That way, when we do run the reports, they'll show up properly. Click Live Preview and click Full Preview. If your server has not been started, you'll get a notification asking you to do so, because Live Preview requires the internal server. Click Yes. Our live preview will show. Here's our tabbed UI, and we have our new button here, Invoices by Customer. Let's go ahead and click on that, and that will now launch our report that we just generated into a tab on the right-hand side. And you'll notice that our report is now showing in a PDF inside of this tab. And you'll see that we can scroll and modify, print, etc. Now one thing about it, you'll notice that it rendered to a PDF, and that takes a little bit longer. Because of the way we created the report, originally a quick report, we can actually open this in a different fashion using what's called the HTML. So let's go ahead and change that so you can see the impact. Let's go back to design. You'll notice it's saying, is it okay to leave? Say okay. Select our invoices by customer and go to the right-hand side to the properties and scroll down till you find the report definition area, and specifically the initial view, which is PDF. That's the default. Let's change that from PDF to HTML. Once you've changed the initial view for our report to HTML, click Save, return to Live Preview, and let's run our invoices by customer by clicking the button here. You'll notice immediately you get a much faster display of the report. Since this is rendered in HTML, it takes far less time for the server to do that. But you still retain the ability to export it as PDF, and in fact, you can export it also in Excel, Word, and Print HTML. So I tend to like to use this HTML representation whenever possible because I find you'll have faster system performance and better results for your end users. Let's go ahead and take a look at how our customer invoices operates within our new setup. Click Customer Invoices. This will open up our grid, and you'll notice it's showing us the linked content. We have our company name here, our invoices, and our details here. And you'll notice that we have our two buttons. One is a View button to view the actual invoice, and the other is to see the report. Let's go ahead and click on View. This is going to allow us to see a UX that has the detail of our invoice and line items. And this was the one that was fully editable and changeable. Now you'll notice when I clicked on there that it opened up into a window. And this is not necessarily the most optimal situation. You can keep it like this, but there's actually a better way to handle this, especially given the tabbed UI. So let's go back in. I'm going to go ahead and close this. And let's look at our customer invoices grid here. This is the invoice header grid, and look at our View button. To do so, go back into Design. You might get this message. Click Web Projects Control Panel, and what we want to open up is our customer invoice header grid. That's where that grid is with the button. So I'll double click on that. And you'll notice we have our first button. It's highlighted here called View. And let's go ahead and look at the action JavaScript that's triggered when the person hits that button. So I'm going to click here, open up the on-click event, and here is our action JavaScript that opens the UX to edit that current record in the grid. Let's go ahead and edit that action, and let's take a look at it. So we want everything the same. We're editing an existing record. We've got the pointer to the right UX here. What I'm going to do is scroll down here. You'll notice our target. Our target is currently a window, which is a modal pop-up. Go ahead and modify that to tabbed UI pane, which is the third item down. So now you'll see the target is tabbed UI pane, and that's the only change I'd like you to make. Go ahead and click OK, click Save, and most importantly, click Save once again to change our grid. And let's go ahead and go back to our tabbed UI. You can do that by clicking on the tabbed UI button down here. And let's do a working preview. In this case, we don't need to do a live preview. We can do a working preview, which is a little faster. So let's open our customer invoices. And now let's click on our View button and watch what happens. In the case of the View button, it actually opens up that edit record in a new pane in our tabbed UI. So now this is much easier to read. I can jump back to customer invoices and back and forth, and it makes it easier, especially if someone is going to be working on multiple items, because I'm going to go back to customer invoices. I'm going to click this second View button here, and you'll notice that it opened up a second pane up here, and that pane had the invoice number. So for people who are doing data entry and data management, now they can have multiple records open at one time and be able to edit them. Now you'll notice that the name on the top is generic. It's just called pane. And that can be confusing. You might have 4 or 5 of these and you're not sure what is the content on each pane. So there's a nice little feature. Let's go ahead. First click Design to return to the design environment. Now let's go back to our customer invoice header. And again, we have our tab open down below. Go ahead and select that. It'll take us right back to where we're editing this button. Let's open the on-click event. And then after it shows the action JavaScript, let's double click to open that once more. And scroll down to our target. So you'll notice right here the pane title is called pane. That's why every time we opened it, it opened up as a separate pane with that same text on it. But now we can change this. Watch, I'm going to go ahead and change pane to invoice space. So I'm just entering the text invoice in here. Now you'll notice there's some instructions down below that says if you would like to refer to these other fields and make this title dynamic, all you have to do is put that text or whatever the field name is in curly brackets. So in my case, I want to put invoice number. So I'll go invoice number and then close curly brackets. So now what it will do is it will look up whatever row I'm on and put that information in there. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure it says invoice and then invoice number, and I'm going to click OK. That will save our action JavaScript. Click Save once again, and most importantly, save this overall grid. Now let's return to our tabbed UI. Let's go ahead and go into our working preview. And let's open up our customer invoices. That will reopen our grid, which includes our subgrid. Now when I click View here, you'll notice the pane now says Invoice 19. So the invoice is static, but it picked up the column for invoice number and put it there. Now if I go back to Customer Invoices and click View here, the new pane that shows up says Invoice 31. So this is very nice because you can put as many elements in there as you have in your grid, so it makes it very easy for someone who's doing data entry to understand what is the content on each pane. Let's do the following. I want to demonstrate something very similar. Let's go ahead and just open this up in Live Preview. So click Live Preview and then click Full Preview. And this will just open up our tabbed UI in the Live Preview mode. Now click Customer Invoices to open up Customer Invoices. And once this is open and we're able to see the header, go ahead and scroll over to the right. And let's try out our new Print Invoice button. So click Print Invoice button, and you'll notice that it's going to render our invoice in a pop-up window. Now, like we did with the UX, this may be okay because maybe you're looking at one at a time, but maybe you want to be able to open up multiple ones. So go ahead and just click Design to return to design. Give you the message about reloading that page. Let's go back to our invoice header. So where we were editing the View button, we're going to now modify our Image button. So once you're back to the Customer Invoice header, go down to the Image. And then go over to the Click event and open up our Click event. And you'll notice our only action JavaScript here is to open a report, label, or letter layout. Let's go ahead and edit that action either by double-clicking on it or clicking Edit Action. And this shows us we're doing our customer, it's PDF, and it's a SQL filter is linking it to the invoice number. Let's go ahead and scroll down. You'll notice our current target is window. So let's apply the same methodology. Let's change that window to tabbed UI pane. And now you'll see we have a simpler set of properties. Now remember, our pane title is currently defaulted to pane. So maybe we want to modify that to invoice report, and then we want to add our invoice number after that. And remember, this is static text. To add a dynamic text, i.e. a pointer to one of these fields, use curly bracket and then the field name. So I'm doing invoice report colon and then curly bracket invoice number, close curly bracket. Click OK, Click Save, and a very important, save this grid modification. Now let's go back to our tabbed UI. Since we're opening a PDF, we'll want to go back into Live Preview and select Full Preview. And let's click Customer Invoices to open up our customer invoices. And let's test out our new button setup. So I'm going to go over here to the right. For invoice number 19, I'm going to click on the print little button, and you'll notice that it opens up our report in a separate tab as a PDF. And you'll also notice that it used invoice report : and then that unique ID for that particular invoice. If I go back to customer invoices, I can then also click here to view, and in this case it opens up the UX with that particular invoice, and it puts the invoice and that unique ID up there. So the tabbed UI is very powerful because you can have these different modes and be opening up multiple things and have them open at one time, which makes it very easy for your people who are using the system to manage lots and lots of data, especially during a very dynamic day. Now that we're leveraging the tabbed UI much more using the ability to open individual items in a separate tab, let's spend a few minutes just tidying up and making our overall dashboard look nicer. So you'll see currently we have just a plain set of text up top, and right here just welcome to the dashboard. Let's go ahead and add a logo in there to make it look sharp. Click on Design when you're in the tabbed UI. If you haven't reopened your tabbed UI, take the time to do so. Go into Design, and then what I'd like you to do is click on Tabbed UI Properties. Then what I'd like you to do is find header text. And again, this is pretty easy to find, but you can use the search properties here to find any property. You'll notice that this just has some HTML in there, specifically a header text with our header with Alpha Sports. Let's go ahead and click on that, and this will actually open our HTML editor. And you can see we're in the source mode, but we can also go into a what you see is what you get mode to see what it's going to look like. I'm going to go ahead and expand this window out here. So I'm going to go ahead and expand that out. And what I'd like to do is actually insert our logo up top so it looks sharp. So I'm going to click here in front of Alpha Sports. Up here on the top, I'm going to locate the little image icon and select that. And you'll notice it immediately opens up and shows me what images are currently in my project. So I'm going to select Alpha Sports logo. You'll notice when I selected that, it's very large. It takes up a lot of space in terms of there. So what I'd like to do is I want to click Best Fit, and down here I want to modify my height and my width so it's only a certain size. Otherwise, it will try to expand and take up as much space as the regular size is. So let's go ahead and put 80 pixels for the height. And you'll notice that it's going to automatically set the width based on one of these properties here. So Alpha Sports logo, Best Fit, and then height 80 pixels. Once you've confirmed that, click OK. And you'll notice now that we have a item here that shows where the image is going to be. And then we can go ahead and click Save. You'll notice that it's put in the image tag in here along with our text. And I'm going to go ahead and click Save here and do a working preview. Now you'll notice that we have a nice logo that's built into our header, and we still have our original text that's located right here. Now another thing I'd like to do is just in the future trainings, we're going to show you how you can turn this into a true dashboard with graphs and charts and things like that. But let's go ahead and put the Alpha logo in here to really make it sharp. So when they log in initially, they're going to see a nice big logo. So let's go back to Design. Let's go ahead and again make sure we're on tabbed UI Properties, and go ahead and click Properties Search here and type the word Home. And you can see we have the home page HTML source. That first tab is called the home page. So let's go ahead and click Find Property, and you'll notice that it took us down to the home page section. So you'll see currently that the home page source is called local. that means it's going to use the HTML we put right in here. There is another option that we'll explore in the future, which is URL, where we can actually insert a whole other page or component into that area within here. But for now, we're just going to keep the home page HTML. So let's go ahead and select the ellipsis button here. Here's the welcome to the dashboard. And I'm going to change this by going Alpha Sports Dashboard. And I'm also going to put in a return. Now this is source, so let's go into the what you see is what you get. And here I'm going to put in a return. That's going to insert the break. And let's use the same method to hit insert image. This will open up our select image, select Alpha Sports logo. And for now, let's just keep it absolute and see what it looks like. By the way, if you click here, you can see this is the size of the image. Oops, I know that's going to be way too large. Always a good thing to do. So let's go ahead and just constrain that. Otherwise, it's just not going to show up. But we can make a much larger height and width. So let's say 500 pixels and delete the width here. So again, Alpha Sports logo, absolute, 500, and click OK. And you'll notice now it kind of shows you what the size of the image will be in here. And click Save. And let's click Working Preview. And you'll notice that we now have our logo showing up on there. And it's pretty sharp. It's a little bit big. I kind of want to show it here so we can make a quick adjustment to that. Let's go back. Let's go back to our homepage HTML. And you'll notice that we're in the source view. And we can go in here and say, you know what, let's make our height 400 pixels. And again, this is standard HTML, so you can use any HTML you would like in here and also CSS. So let's click Save, Save, and do our working preview. It's going to ask us to reload this. And we say, now we're starting to look good. So as you can see, we're starting to add some flair. Now, the reason I added this header up here is because when I have, say, for instance, my customer invoices open, I don't see that original home page anymore, so I kind of want to let the brand image be available here. So there are simple ways for us to adjust this. Now you also notice that our width here is a little bit large, meaning our buttons are not really, we can either adjust the size of the buttons, but I kind of want to maximize my area here. So let's make one last little change, which is to make the width of this area here a little bit shorter. So let's go into Design. Again, all of those elements are set at the tabbed UI properties. And what we want to do is locate our button panel information. So we can find, just if we go to there, it's going to show us information about our button panel, which is on the left. Let me scroll that up a little bit here. So you can see the panel location is on the left. It could be on the right or what. You'll see the style here. We have a width of 2.5 inches. So that's what I'm going to modify here. So I'm going to click the opening button here. I'm going to scroll down till I get to the width section, and that is in the positioning and size. And I can click on this and say, oh, I want it to be 2.0 and click OK. So again, I found buttons panel style, opened it, and modified the width to be 2 inches. Click OK. Save. And we can do a quick working review. And you'll notice our buttons now are a little tighter. We're getting a little more space on the side. By the way, you'll notice that this has the ability to show and hide this, which is kind of nice, meaning that it will allow you to maximize this area. And there's actually a method where if you hover, you can open and close that based upon a hover activity. So as you can see, the tabbed UI has a lot of features to kind of improve the branding and making it look a lot nicer and more functional for your users. And I would spend some time doing so because this is where they're going to be spending a lot of time. And the more enjoyable the environment is, I think the more successful your application will be.
Thank you so much for taking the Alpha 102 Advanced Web Development with Alpha Anywhere course. In this course, we have covered the following: parent-child grids that work with parent-child database structures, Grid UX and UX Grid structures that allow you to combine the power of both components together to create a better interface for your users, field formatting and calculations that allow you to show different information on the fly while the user is using the data, simple and advanced reports, including powerful sub-reports that can handle parent-child relationships, and also expanding the use of the tabbed UI to provide a really nice multitasking interface for your users. You now have a choice in your Giant Killer Training Alpha Anywhere training journey. If you'd like to learn more about advanced grid techniques, you can take Alpha103, Advanced Grids with Alpha Anywhere. If you would like to focus on the UX component to build powerful web forms, you can take Alpha104, Advanced UX Components with Alpha Anywhere. These courses are built to be able to take in any order that you see fit. Your choice should be guided by the kind of functionality you plan on initially implementing in your web application system. And you can also dive right into Alpha105, Alpha Anywhere Security System, to learn how to set up and configure the Alpha Anywhere security environment to support your web solutions.